Thank you, Mayor, council members. Let us pray. Father in heaven, as you are authority over all authorities, we ask your wisdom to be upon our city council that they may carry out your will in guiding our city. We receive them as a gift from you. Bless their willingness to serve our city. Send your Holy Spirit among us that we might work together in harmony for the good of the people of West Covina. And we thank you for all who serve their time and talents to serve our city. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilman Tabatabai?
Present.
Councilman Wu?
Present.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Here.
Mayor Lopez Vieira?
Nothing, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we have a proclamation. We have for Telecommunications Week, invite Supervisor Mary Rodriguez. Here. Oh, Mary. I just want to mention that every year during the second week of April, the telecommunications personnel in the public safety community are honored. This week-long event, initially set up in 1981 by Patricia Anderson of the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office, California, is a time to celebrate and thank those who dedicate their lives to serving the public. It is a week that should be set aside so everyone could be made aware of their hard work and dedication. So we wanted to thank you very much. We have a proclamation I'd like to.
Hi, Mary Rodriguez. Small group, but we're mighty. I wanted to give an synopsis of the call volume that's handled through our dispatch. From January 2020 to December 2020, we had 19,345 911 calls and 51,907 non-emergency. Total of 71,312 calls by our dispatch. The fire department to 9,400 calls to our residents. Types of calls included breathing, heart attack, traffic accidents. Dispatch the police officers, CSOs, and parking force. 63,317 calls servicing our residents. These calls included everything from stolen vehicles, petty theft, grand theft, loud parties, fireworks, and also to violent crimes such as domestic violence, robberies, and calls involving weapons. In one shift, you might answer a 911 call for an illegally parked vehicle, and the next, a baby's not breathing. There's no rhyme or reason to what you might get when we answer our calls. We also keep track of the police units in the field as they conduct traffic stops or contact stops. We have constant contact with the police via radio, assisting them if they go into pursuit, ascertaining if people that they are contacting have wants or warrants. We have to know where our units are at all times, make sure that they go home to their families at the end of watch. Our job demands mad multitasking skills, to say the least. To put this in perspective, we staff 3 dispatchers at a time to handle our whole city. Our shifts are 12 and a half hours long, either day watch or night watch. We work weekends, holidays, birthdays. We miss family events, and that's tough sometimes. But we have created our own little second family, and it works. I've learned over the years that not everybody can do this crazy job. We're a very unique group. The washout rate for training is more than 50%. I've been blessed to do this job for the past few decades, much longer than I ever thought I would. I'm honored and proud to be working alongside this crazy group of dispatchers. They're some of the hardest working women that I know. We've been understaffed for far too many years, but we make the best of it, and we continue to show up and serve our community. Thank you.
Would you like anything else to say?
I concur.
I just wanted to say, thank you. Thank you for explaining all that. When you call 911, they're the first responders there to answer your phone calls. So I know it does take a mental toll, so we greatly appreciate that. I do remember that I believe all of the dispatchers at one time when there was an incident with a walker that you all, can you explain that? It was really nice. It was touching. Go ahead. Here's your...
So there was an older gentleman that lived on the south side of town. He was visiting, I think, a neighbor and left his walker just out. And somebody came by and stole it for whatever reason. And so the girls on duty that day decided that we wanted to buy him a walker. And so we just donated money and bought him a walker.
And they surprised him, and they delivered it, and that the face, that was priceless. It was heartwarming. So that was really nice. You went above and beyond. So we just wanted to say thank you very much again, and we're honored to give you this National Public Safety Telecommunication Week proclamation. So thank you. We'll take a photo. Okay, so the next proclamation we have is for Donate Life Month. We'd like to introduce Miss Nancy Jolly, One Legacy Volunteer Ambassador, to the front. So I'd like to mention Miss Nancy Jolly is a donor grandmother, a donor aunt, and a recipient aunt. She has also been the Donate Life One Legacy Ambassador to the DMV in our city. In recognition of National Donate Life Month, the month of April 2021 is hereby proclaimed DMV Donate Life Month in the city of West Covina. And in doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes online when applying for or renewing their driver license or ID card at the DMV. Would you like anything to say? We see a beautiful photo on there as well. Go ahead.
I will turn around because I would like the council to also see my pictures. This happens to be my nephew, my oldest nephew. His name is Lloyd. At 41 years old, he received a head injury he could not recover from. My sister and my brother-in-law made a very, very important decision that he would be an organ donor. My nephew Lloyd saved the lives of 4 people through organ donation. This started me on my path for my passion for getting correct information out on organ, eye, and tissue donation. Lloyd was able to have a kidney given to a man that was blind from diabetes, but he was able to recover and live a full and wonderful life with a new kidney. He asked if he could meet my sister and brother-in-law, and he asked, "May I touch your faces so I know what my donor looked like?" My sister received a letter from the heart recipient that said, "I want to thank you from the bottom of your son's heart for saving my life." My nephew is a true hero. This is my granddaughter, Caitlin. Caitlin, at 18 months old, received a head injury she could not recover from. And I want to show you my sweet Caitlin. Her sitter, in a rage, threw her to the floor. Her sitter had had an argument with her husband and took it out on a crying 18-month-old. My son and daughter-in-law was so brave. This happened 11 years ago, and Caitlin saved the lives of 3 people. One of Caitlin's kidneys went to a 44-year-old man who could not have a full, happy life. Most of his days were spent in bed. He could not play with his children. He wrote the most beautiful letter to my son and daughter-in-law, thanking them for the ability he had to once again play outside with his children. We know that Caitlin's liver went to a 9-month-old at that time, and the letter that came said she was doing beautifully. Caitlin's heart was flown to the state of Washington. It was flown there because there was no donor or no recipient here in the state of California. So through miracle after miracle, Caitlin's heart found a 9-month-old little girl who only had 2 to 3 days to live. Sorry for the switch, but I want you to see these pictures. This is Sophia. Sophia turned 12 in September. She is feisty. She loves dogs. She is a Girl Scout. And she asked me if I wanted to purchase cookies. I have never paid $10 a box for Girl Scout cookies because of postage. But I will gladly do it as long as she's a Girl Scout. I will pay that extra money for those wonderful cookies. Sophia and her family came to California, and we had the very rare opportunity to meet her and her family in the magical place that we have here called Disneyland. We have been able to meet on several occasions, and it has been a wonderful opportunity to share family ties. Show this little picture. This happens to be my great niece, Victory, an appropriate name for her. When she was born a year ago, September, she was not growing properly. Couldn't figure out why in the beginning. Thank goodness for wonderful doctors at Loma Linda. They found out that she was in need of a heart transplant. Her little life on earth would not be very long if she didn't get this transplant. Victory, a miracle happened. She was only on the transplant list for 4 days, and a wonderful heart recipient was found for her. She turned 1 this past September. She is doing beautiful and wonderful. You can see how happy she is. Now, here is where life is so interesting, and I'm not one that believes in coincidences. The first organ donor I talked about was my nephew, Lloyd. Victory is Lloyd's granddaughter. So my nephew was a donor, his granddaughter, a recipient. I am also an advocate for adult timeout. If you become angry, please walk away. If you see someone else angry, invite them to walk away. If my granddaughter, if that adult had walked away, Caitlin would still be alive with us today. If you ever have questions about organ, eye, and tissue donation, please go to the website. I will stick around for a little bit to answer questions. If you don't have the pink dot on your license, please consider it. You could be someone's hero someday.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing those who gave and those who received. And we are honored to present the proclamation DMV Donate Life Month. And we hope that everybody here and everybody watching will also donate and click yes as well. So here we'd like to say thank you very much. And thank you for sharing wise words and for those photos as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to hold Caitlin up. That's okay. Sure. She's my hero.
We're honoring all of them. Thank you again for those who came for the presentation. Now on to oral communication. It's a new mic. Can they take care of that? Okay. We will now move to oral communication. If anyone would like to address the council, please fill out a yellow speaker card and submit to the Assistant City Clerk. Additional, due to the current and ongoing public health emergency, oral communications are being accommodated via telephone call requested by 5:30. Assistant City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
Mayor, we have 8 in person and 1 on the phone.
Okay, go ahead.
Is Bill Elliott, followed by Jerry Patras, followed by Mike Greenspan.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Bill Elliott. When I was a boy, my father was the pastor of an all-black Church of the Nazarene in Pasadena, California. We were the only white family in the congregation, but the people always showed us a lot of love. Some of my first friends were the boys and girls I met in that Sunday school, and those lessons, those early lessons, proved to be pivotal defining moments in my own life. Together, we sang songs of love and tolerance and respect. Red, brown, yellow, black, and white. They are precious in his sight. Even back then, the message was very clear to me. Dad admired Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. very much, and he was highly respected in our family. I remember a small black and white portrait of him hanging on the wall of my dad's study. Today, a hate group calling themselves Change West Covina claims supremacists are guilty of whitewashing this icon of American history. Our own family is very diverse. My wife and I are an interracial couple, and our family is made up of whites, blacks, Asians, Latinos, straights, gays, left, right, atheists, and people of faith. We do not tolerate racism or bigotry in our home or in our presence. I apologize to the mayor for the incident that occurred last council meeting, but I could not allow hate speech go unchallenged. It was uncalled for, it shocked this community, and was hurtful to Councilman Wu and his wife and the Wu family. Hard to believe this person is a social services retiree, non-voting immigrant, person of color who never bothered to become an American citizen, would dare to smear a fellow immigrant by using mimicry and mockery. Double standards and hypocrisy abound, and there will be those who will surely defend and minimize this ugliness. Not one single solitary person on the left in this city has publicly condemned this scurrilous attack on Councilman Wu. Not one. Not James or Minerva, not Fred or Dana, not Angie or Sue or John or Steve or Jay or Don or Peter or Yusuf, even Hilda, Susan, or Grace. Everyone fell silent. Later, Dana Sykes publicly excoriated Commissioner Brian Gutierrez over his disability, while her husband, our former mayor, who's a person of color and a retired cop, sat there nodding in agreement. Brian was recently harassed and stalked at his own home by Peter Deanne and this smiling group of haters over at Change West Covina. This is outrageous. Is this what we've become? Peter blames white people for society's problems, but ironically, our family is very likely much more diverse than his own. He clearly hates his white grandfather, a U.S. serviceman, for having sex with his grandmother. Peter consumes the milk and honey of the American promise while avoiding any long suffering in the rice paddies of Vietnam, where he could be. He bashes America in the name of diversity and social justice when really he just has granddaddy issues. So what's the goal of Change West Covina? To run all the white people out of town? Whites are already a minority in West Covina, and for the first time ever, there are no white people serving on our city council or school board. Is this the diversity that Change West Covina is seeking? Brian Tabatabai reinforces the belief that racist white people are to blame for all society's problems. Can you imagine what it must feel like to be a kid in his classroom who happens to be white? Representation of the 1st District just went from an American-loving hero to an American-hating zero. Mr. Tabatabai, disavow racist change West Covina tonight. Red, brown, yellow, black, and white, they are precious in his sight. Apologies from JD and Dana are in order, without hesitation, delay, or equivocation, because we're better than this West Covina.
Also, just to let everybody know, for oral communication tonight, this evening, we do have public hearing, and so any comments in regards to public hearing, we'll save it during our public hearing session. So this is just public comment on anything else besides those this evening. Okay, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jerry Patras, followed by Mike Greenspan, followed by John Shoemaker.
These things drive me nuts. I'm going to take a little different tone tonight. Item 16, the mayor's request for consideration for background checks. It's a wonderful idea. It's a long overdue idea. I thank you for the concept, and I support it fully. My employer did this from when I first started, and through the years we kept adding who got fingerprinted. Ultimately, we did everybody from a volunteer, every employee group, and the electeds. Why not? Doesn't mean that the electeds, it was just decided to do that. That was done just before I left, and it was not that they weren't going to serve, but if there was an issue, and there wouldn't be, but, you know. Anyway, I think it's a wonderful idea. When I was processed as a commissioner, I expected it, and I wasn't, and I thought I should be. So thank you, Mayor. Okay.
Mike Greenspan, followed by John Shoemaker, followed by Herman.
Mike Greenspan, I think stifles, so we'll just hold up the recall Governor Gavin. We know we're going to have a vote on it. A vote is a very important thing. Sometimes we change our minds. Sometimes we withdraw our consent. Sometimes there's a better candidate that was not around before. But we should decide. And as on KNX, Mayor Tony Wu says, one size does not fit all. After all, hearing that, I went out and signed the recall petition because Nancy Pelosi's spoiled brat nephew, Gavin Newsom, needs to go. Aunt Nancy, I'm getting recalled. What should I do? What a spoiled brat. He's never had to go out and work like everybody else. It was all given to him. And then we're supposed to be locked down, and he opens up the prisoners and unlocks the prisons for them so they can come roam the streets while we're locked down in our homes, in our dwellings. And then, well, you don't go out to eat, but what does he do? He goes and dines at the French Laundry restaurant with a lobbyist. There's one set of rules for us, and of course, there's a different set of rules for him. That dickhead governor of ours, what a spoiled brat. I'm just tired of people like him that think that they can do what they want, but we can't do what we want. Well, we know it's going to make the ballot, and hopefully we get rid of him and have new governor day. It was a great one. We got rid of Gray Davis. Worst fucking governor. Well, now we've got Gavin, Governor Gavin. And I'm sure you turn the microphone off.
I haven't.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know. Language, please. Thank you.
Okay. So now that we're going to get that on the ballot, there's an issue I've been wanting to go over ever since the chief of the fire department came by, and he said fire station number 1 basically needs to be rebuilt. Now, we can go sweep it under the rug if you want, or you could actually get out there and do something. I went to school with a firefighter, someone in Florida. We went to high school. And he told me after he retired, he said, some mayors were good on salaries, and some mayors were good on equipment. But you never had the mayor, an executive mayor, not a mayor-council form, but an executive mayor separate from the council, who was good for both salaries and equipment. Well, now it's time to have something for a fire station. You need to actually bite the bullet and perhaps raise the sales tax incrementally, maybe 1/8 to 1/4 of a cent, and have just one project to begin with, because I don't trust West Covina's council or the other elected officials. Perhaps the treasurer would be the only one I really trust because she's working it for free, and after all, she's being honest about your deplorable fiscal condition. And you vote on it, and if they approve it, you rebuild that station. And if they do a good enough job, maybe the people will give you some more money to do other stuff, because we've been sweeping it under the rug. And speaking of voting issues, one of the things that should be voted on, I'm daring to touch an agenda item, but I'm not speaking for or against it. I'm speaking about the right to vote on it. I'm very big on the right to vote. Our government, whether you join a union or not having a card check and a certain number of people sign and it avoids the vote. Hey, I'll tell you what, if you want a card check system with the unions, why don't we try it with the recall first? You get 2 million signatures and Governor Gavin's out of office. We don't even have to have an election. Let's see that work first. And then I'll consider looking at card check, where you sign a card to have a union without having a vote. And so when it comes to having a city Department of Health, it shouldn't be decided by the council. The council should be giving something called a referendum to the voters, so they don't have to petition it. You refer the matter to the voters. If they vote contrary to what you want, you abide by their wishes. And if they have your opinion, good going. You convince them. Now, as far as the county, some of the best ones you've got are on your side. That broad, Hilda Solis, that bimbo, Janice Hahn, who thinks money grows on trees. She got mad at me at a supervisor meeting because I held up some gloves, but I'm only telling the truth. Yes, folks, it's time for people to vote on things, not for a bunch of politicians to give their fiat. Thank you.
John Shoemaker, followed by Herman, followed by Jim Grivich.
I wonder if Mr. Elliott's comments apply to Councilmember Diaz, who sent a 1,525-word tirade to a resident that included, "We laughed about a bunch of old white guys convincing Latinos to hate on me." You demand that she apologize, Bill? We, meaning both. And he's up here talking about division. The balkanization of West Covina has begun. Our 3rd district representative told a person who lives in the 4th district that she only represents the 3rd district. When are you going to start? Because there's been many complaints about things that need to be handled in the 3rd district, and our mayor took care of them instead. Also, I can understand why we have the financial problems we have, because all she can talk about is her landslide victory. Well, last time I checked, when 60% of the voters voted against you, that's not a landslide. Constantly bringing up, when did the election end? November? About how Steve Bennett lied about her over and over and over, and then goes, what a small man he is. She talks about, my husband asked him in a private message to remove his signs. What's wrong? You, Marie Antoinette, let him eat cake? You couldn't make a phone call yourself? what was kind of funny is when this sign controversy came up, the picture that was shown was of the Heights, not South Hills Plaza. You do know the difference between the Heights and South Hills Plaza, right? Obviously not, because that was the picture that was posted on Facebook when she blasted Steve Bennett for having the signs up in a location that she had full rights, exclusive rights. My husband discussed the issue with one prominent member of your hater page. Again, too good to speak to the rest of us. Then she mentions if losing bothered him, he was never a serious campaigner or serious candidate to begin with. Do you understand the difference between what a person does and who a person is? If you're bothered by it, that's who you are, not what you want to do. And so far, you're not doing much of anything. Then she's so proud of her family, she goes on to mention how there is not one drop of Elliott blood running through my veins. I don't know. When I got married, God said we were one. My commitment to win a seat on the city council overshadowed all the opposing candidates. Notice how to win, not serve. Mentions walked every precinct and knocked on every door. Then why is it taking the mayor pro tem and the mayor to get things done related to graffiti and homelessness in her district? Very proud of her win. How about start serving? Then goes, you enjoy bashing women. Does it make you feel powerful? Probably no more than the person who's always bashing immigrants and says that he lost his business because of immigrants coming in who charged less than he did. I charge $129 an hour to clean a drain out, and these people came in and would do it for $59. And then tells the person, please don't contact me anymore. And then ends it all by saying, I wish you well and may God bless you and your family. I guess that makes these comments perfectly acceptable. These show an immaturity and a lack of ability to lead and are outrageous if she wrote these. It is outrageous for anybody in your position to say things like that. 1,525 words. It shows an ability or anger that she can't control. And she's a former law enforcement official. My God, that is just so sad. Thank you.
Herman, followed by Jim Grivich, followed by George Ogden.
Who do we condemn when we use certain terms, pussy and pooch, at 564 South Main Street, LA, California, 90013? Who should you condemn? Is that unbearable? Pussy and pooch? It's a name of a place where you take your dog. And I was criticized by the mayor and some colleagues here because they don't trust or believe in your First Amendment, that you no longer have a right to say what's on your mind or voice what's in your tone because people get offended or they misconstrued it to mean something other than what it meant to be. Right, Mr. Attorney? 42 U.S.C. 1983, Bain Act 52.1, Bagley-Keene Act, and what about the Brown Act? Well, let's go back to Tucker Carlson for a record. Tucker Carlson said freedom of speech is under attack. And that's true. Freedom of speech is under attack. Just like on March 17th, when I left this facility, I was attacked that night I was here on the 16th on a Tuesday meeting when some vandals who hate me so much, like the gentleman that sits up on top there looking on my back, that one time threatened me at the podium, attacked me physically, and the mayor and the rest of you stood there doing not one goddamn thing about it. This is my arena. I got the floor. My home, my domain, and I rule the First Amendment when I'm at the podium, Mr. Tony Wu, for the record. So, Tucker Carlson's is correct politically. Regarding Governor Ron DeSantis, the Republican, who's being questioned about his good work for fighting COVID in Florida. Well, on behalf of Mr. Ron DeSantis, fuck you haters. Excuse the language. Regarding 310, write the number down, 477-6565. FBI, I called you in regards to the hate crime regarding vandalism and hate against a nigger like me in public meetings, in which some criminals, not only physically but mentally, during a COVID crisis, went out and destroyed my home and my vehicle and almost killed me when I was driving 80 miles an hour to get home from this meeting that night as my car swerved into other traffic. But the mayor, Lefty Lopez, doesn't fucking care.
Right, language.
Investigate each one of you for racketeering under 18 U.S.C. 1962, Section D, in accord to JFW 220 CR 00326 for the record. Beware, especially the gentleman up there in the blue shirt that physically came down here and threatened me while Tony Wu was the mayor. So, the reason, I'll tell you why. I believe that it's not a political institution of our society that depends on free speech, but the function of free speech under our control. We, the people, we, the state of California, follow the Brown Act rules. But the pattern and practice, as you heard Ms. Diaz's husband up there argue in front of me that week that it happened, he apologized. Why? You meant it. You meant every feeling of it. And as long as you're here, it's not a threat. But you took it to me out there and fought in front of me, Ms. Diaz, your husband. Now I'm scared to come to these meetings, aren't you? You should be scared. Because they fuck with your homes, they fuck with your vehicles if you're not in their program. So 42, fuck you.
Next. Jim Grivich, followed by George Ogden, followed by Emilu Vergaldo Diaz.
Jim Grivich. I'm pleased to report that the Finance and Audit Committee is officially functioning again. As you know, there was a long period, about 7 months, where it did not function. And on your agenda tonight is a fiscal recovery plan that was recommended by the committee. And I appreciate that process where the committee was allowed to suggest changes to the city manager's recommendation, and it appears on the agenda. These are all good things. It hasn't happened a whole lot in our history, and it's nice to see it happening now. And, of course, the last part of this is something you've heard from me before, which is I hope that the City Council will take this item under consideration and remove it from the consent calendar It's becoming irritating to me that important issues still appear on the consent calendar. They need to be talked about in public. Thank you.
George Ogden, followed by Emmy Lou, followed by JD.
My writing? Is that my writing? Okay. My name is George Ogden, and I'm the commander here in the city of West Covina for the Veterans of Foreign Wars. I'm sorry. Shot. I have these two people here with me. Okay, we're here basically to let you know that on the 17th, we're going to be having an event at the Veterans of Foreign Wars. And I'm going to take it back, Tony, when you wanted to reestablish businesses in the city of West Covina that were torn down by the government shutdown. Many people lost a lot of money. A lot of people don't even have a clue what happened with the VFW. We had to pay back money that we already had, to $68,000. I had to loan them money to keep us going. We're not like another business where they lost their future business, which we also lost. But these folks here wanted to put something together to reestablish, I'm going to say that again, some of the businesses, and to let people know that they're coming back. And I'd like for them to, did you pass the flyers out to them?
We will. We have a big stack for everybody.
A big stack for everybody?
Well, yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to let these two young ladies introduce themselves and then take off with it. And thanks for putting my name down on the card.
Hello, my name is Yvonne Diaz, and I am a small business owner. I reside here in West Covina, and I've grown up here my whole life, and I love my community. Our event that we're planning to have is a pop-up event, and we have 40-plus vendors and different small businesses that are coming from all over Southern California and from here in West Covina. And this also brings an opportunity for outsiders to come to our city. We also went to local businesses around and asked if they would like, our flyers to be distributed in there, and then we can do the same for them. So this is the flyer. It's going to be April 10th from 12 to 4:30. Everybody in the community is welcome. This is my partner, Carolina. She's also a small business owner in the community. So we wanted to formally invite you all to our event, and hopefully, it's going to be a good day if the weather permits, and lots of fun food and accessories, different vendors. Family event. Family event. So we have flyers. Yes, we'll pass them out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give them to the city clerk, and she can
pass
them to us, and then for the rest, you can have it out there for the community to take.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Emilu Vergol de Diaz and JD, followed by JD.
Good evening. My name is Emmy Lou. I just have a few asks for my comment today. April is National Poetry Month, and I'd like to advocate on behalf of my community to ask for a city poet laureate position to be created. Poetry is an important outlet for individuals who find it hard to express themselves in other mediums. Poetry can really help young people express themselves and expand their imagination and process their emotions as well. Especially with this pandemic, we've seen that mental health has been very important, especially for children who are now, have to go to school through a webcam and they can't see their friends. They're really isolated and sometimes alienated from each other. So I think that this could really help them cope, help them express themselves in new ways. I think that having a poet laureate position could be very beneficial for the community as a whole, because it'll show that the city values poets, poetry, and their creative gifts, and it gives the community an opportunity to express themselves. So yeah, just consider creating that position. Also, we should increase accessibility to our government by ensuring language equity. According to the 2020 census, there are about 21,000 people who are identified as limited English speaking. 41% speak in Spanish, and 33.3% speak Chinese, and 9.8% speak Tagalog. If we want to have a fully functional democracy, we have to ensure that everyone is informed and capable of, understanding the information that the government's trying to put out. So please consider to translate city press releases in those languages at least, and more if we can. Side comment, I just cannot believe the amount of time and energy adults will spend to discourage a group of youths from being active in politics. Ms. Diaz, I am actually a constituent, your constituent. I live in District 3. I'd like you to respond to your husband's earlier public comment disparaging Change West Covina, a youth group that has empowered about 1,000 young people to care about this city. It's been an outlet. It has fostered community. It has empowered young people. I've seen it to really care about what's going on. So those are my public comments for tonight. Thank you.
JD, followed by Spitfire Ramirez.
Good evening. I've got a couple questions. With regards to in-person attendance at the audit committee meetings, as well as the traffic committee meetings, not sure why they were ever closed completely and only given access through virtual participation, while council and planning commission was able to meet, but not everybody has access or is able to navigate the web. In person sometimes is far more inviting. So I was wondering, is there or will there be soon a target date to opening that up, seeing that the COVID restrictions have now lessened? And I guess that applies to increasing the attendance here at Chambers. Thank you.
We have one more in-house speaker before we get to Ms. Ramirez. That's Yusuf Arifin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Yusuf. Also a resident of District 3. Just want to go and talk about the earlier public comment that just happened. I'm a resident of District 3, right? So you're my city councilwoman. And your husband just denigrated a group of kids and my good friend Peter, and inappropriately discussed his family history. And so I'm asking you if you agree, if you stand by those comments, and if you do, you should be ashamed and embarrassed of yourself. Okay? Change West Covina started out as a group that advocated for social justice, for public safety, and many more, and we've grown, and we've been able to cultivate a lot of relationships with a lot of people in this city. Your husband has time and again at every city council meeting deliberately, aggressively spoke to different people, and so, I mean, all of you here understand, I mean, he has no credibility whatsoever. Nothing that comes out of his mouth is good for the city at all. But you're his wife, and you're an elected official, and you got a lot of power up there, and you're my city councilwoman. Please, don't condone that kind of behavior. Thank you very much.
Ms. Ramirez, are you on the line? Can you unmute yourself? *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Go ahead. Oh, she just hung up. Mayor, I think she hit the wrong button and she ended up hanging up.
Was she the only
She was the only over the phone speaker, yes.
Is it something you could quickly grab her on?
If she calls back, I will
Okay.
let you know.
So then I guess we can, unless any council would like to say anything, then we'll go off to the city manager, if you could respond to the public comment concerns.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll do my best. First, to begin, to thank all the speakers that took the time to come tonight and speak, and with apologies to the one with the technology trying to call in remotely. We'll see if we can get them back. I think there are a couple here tonight that asked questions I'd like to try to answer. Jerry Poitras spoke about the council request that the mayor raised tonight for background checks for all commissioners. The council, you're going to talk about that later and decide that and give us direction, but that's in the process and in the system. Mr. Grivich highlighted that the Finance and Audit Committee is functioning and made mention of the fact that the financial recovery plan is on your agenda tonight, and I'm good. Didn't intend to not highlight that. It's a very important piece of city business. We do have 4 public hearings tonight, and I think everything that's on your agenda is an important piece of public business, but we certainly appreciate his comments and the work of the committee to revise that. I think it's a better document because of their efforts. Thanks to the VFW folks for helping to get small businesses back. I'm going to talk about some of that in the city manager's report in a minute or two. National Poetry Month, I don't believe, Emmylou, that we have taken that up or the city council has discussed that one way or the other, but I'll be in communication with them and they can direct. Mr. DeRue asked about why are these chambers and some of our city meetings still closed to the public. We're slowly opening up our city facilities. Monday of this week, we opened up our police department lobby. We've got some physical barriers in there that make that easier, and we've got those were our employees that were initially in the first wave vaccinated. In the city hall, we have not yet concluded our round. We didn't come eligible until I think a number of the people that work in City Hall are going to get second shots Thursday of this week. It's my intention that we open up City Hall, city committees by the 1st of May, and I think we're on schedule to do that. There will not be any public attendance at that Zoom meeting of the Finance and Audit this week. None of the members are even going to be present in City Hall. We've got some concerns about the staffing of that we haven't had the shots, and we don't want to have any setbacks. But we're hoping to reopen to the public at City Hall on May the 1st. I think that's all I've got tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor. We have the caller back on the line if you would wish.
Go ahead.
Ms. Ramirez, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a matter of principle. First of all, I and many others are praying for these wonderful Minneapolis police officers from Precinct 3. They are Officer Derek Chauvin and his officers. We know that Derek Chauvin didn't kill George Floyd. Karma, and drug overdose killed George Floyd. And what we need to do is disbar his attorneys, a Floyd attorney, and those are Jerry Blackwell and Ben Crump. They should have been disbarred a long time ago. These are nothing more than a bunch of money-hustling pimps. Having said that, now I would like to say that this is a wake-up call to poverty, high crimes, and homelessness, Holocaust epidemic. It's not just in L.A., but neighboring cities and throughout California and nationwide. West Covina better be careful because it'll all spill out from Los Angeles into West Covina. My question is, why are we spending all these billions of taxpayer dollars to foreign countries while we have a monumental human degradation with an imminent danger of an internal infrastructure collapse? Now, these countries that we are giving great money to, they are Afghanistan. We are sending them $4.8 billion. Israel, $3.3 billion. Jordan, $1.72 billion. Egypt, $1.46 billion. Iraq, $960 million, et cetera, et cetera. What we need to do is grab every criminal, corrupted, self-serving, narcissist, political asshole and all their housing agencies and put them all on their streets with their families without a cell phone and no police protection. Now, I would like you also to look at these two websites on YouTube. They are, one, local officials give update after attempts to clear homeless. Next, number two is LAPD declares citywide tactical alert on lawful assembly at Echo Park. And now I, Spitfire Ramirez, have bones to pick with both the LA City Council members and the LA County Board of Supervisors. Give them the royal boot for they have perpetuated and brought about this homeless, poverty, high crimes crisis. Now, you know all that I am homeless by design. I went to Echo Park on 3/23/21 at about early evening because I had no money. I'm angry because we as homeless women and homeless people are subjugated to all forms of abuses. I trusted this criminal asshole, Mike Greenspan, who's a thief, and he spoke earlier. He offered me to have my mail delivered to his home along with a few of my homeless beddings. And I trusted him to hold my personal homeless things. Well, I left two messages about a month later. And I asked him to meet me at a certain place 2 times. And he was a no-show. So now I'm going to make sure that this is in the hands of the LAPD. As of 2 months now, I still have not received any of my mail nor my property. That's just some of the crap that we as homeless women and good people endure. Having said that, thus I slept at Echo Park on March 23 to go eat because I had no money. The next day, I woke up at 6:30 a.m. in the midst of a media frenzy. Everybody was giving interviews. All the media was throughout Echo Park. Then towards the evening, guess who I see? Wayne Spindler. And I told Wayne Spindler about Mike Greenspan and what he did to me. So he didn't expect to see me there, nor did I expect to see him there. And it was still daylight, and he got to witness all the events that happened at Echo Park. Now, again, there was a lot of media coverage, et cetera, and I offered to go to jail that night when the LAPD showed up in the cover of darkness. Why? Because we are being bounced around, and I do not blame the LAPD for it. God knows I love the LAPD. We are bounced around like dogs everywhere. It is tiring. So I decided that night, because they were going to clear out the whole encampment at Echo Park that night, I was going to go to jail. Well, they turned out and they changed it, and so they allowed us another day. Well, I said, well, if they can offer me a good hotel, I'll leave the next day. So on Thursday, Mitch O'Farrell made all these promises. This jackass, Mitch O'Farrell, and of course, his Gavin Newsom's homeless czar, Mark Ridley Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. That's time.
Thank you.
Okay, on to consent calendar. Council,
Madam.
Goodbye.
Did you have a response to public comment?
Yeah, but my mic is.
No, his mic's not working. IT?
Doesn't work.
Can I fix it? Okay, so we can't turn it off. Except mine is on the entire time. Mine stays on.
Should be all.
Push it on.
Okay.
There, yours works now.
Maybe a little bit of delay.
Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, can I respond?
Public comment only.
Yes.
Okay, that's public comment.
Okay. So I want to make sure when I ran for office, one of the things that I wanted to make sure is that the council chamber was a place for residents to feel like they can speak, be heard, and not worried about being attacked. I'm an elected People elected me, and as an elected, I understand there's going to be a lot of criticism on my social media, criticism for residents on my vote, and that's to be expected, and it's to be, welcomed, because as an elected, you're supposed to reflect, ask yourself the tough questions. And I understand even with the personal attacks, it's the frustration of a resident, and those personal attacks sometimes occur, but I understand that I am an elected. But private residents of West Covina should feel like they can come into this chamber and be safe. A group like Change West Covina is a group of young people who worked to improve their city. They are not elected officials. They are not public figures. And this chamber is not a chamber meant for them to be attacked and criticized, nor any resident.
Councilman Tabatabai, in reference to public comment, it is public comment. And the First Amendment, they have the ability to speak. So unless it's a reference to a specific question, please answer. But here, as elected officials, as well as outside, because we have heard them talk about police or staff or anything of that sort, public comment here is open. And though you see things that I disagree with still, because it impeaches the First Amendment. So unless you have a question with the public comment, please do so.
No, yes, Madam Mayor, and this is a time for a brief response to any oral.
Yes.
Brief,
It's a
yes.
brief response.
It's brief. It's not making a statement.
It's not on the agenda, so a brief response.
Thank you.
Okay. So as I'll close, as an elected official with also a First Amendment right, does not take my First Amendment right to critique that private residents. It is inappropriate. It is inappropriate for private residents to be attacked in this chamber. Inappropriate is not illegal, but it is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. On to the consent calendar. Council, is there anything you'd like to pull from the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull item 3 and item 7.
3 and 7. Is there anything else? No? Okay. So,
Mayor, while we're waiting for the council member, may I give a manager's report briefly?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, manager's report.
I'll be quick, I promise.
Okay.
Just a couple of things to highlight. First, I just wanted to compliment our staff. I know one of the council's priorities has been to reach out at every opportunity to our seniors and our homebound seniors. They assisted more than 50 seniors with the vaccination by appointment program. They arranged for MV Transit to help provide rides to get people to their appointments. So I'd like to thank the staff publicly. Next item was a bright spot for us. This last week we got word the city was approved for some $3.1 million in federal transportation monies, which will allow us to focus on reducing traffic fatalities and serious injuries. The grant will be used to pay for projects that will help improve traffic safety based on 3 main pillars: traffic education, traffic engineering, traffic enforcement. The engineering piece is really critical here, and we'll put that money to very good use. I wanted to make mention of a Senate bill that State Senator Rubio is working through the state legislature for us, Senate Bill 431. The city has a number of landscaping maintenance districts. A couple of them were created under authority of the 1911 Act, which has been in place now in California for more than 100 years, and it was originally a voter referendum intended to help with street projects. Cities over the years began to use it for assessment district vehicle. It puts some handcuffs around the ability to spend the money for eligible purposes, and this SB 431 would allow us to use monies collected under those 1911 Act districts to be used for any purpose eligible under the 1972 Act. It's just a broader range of choices that the council will have when it gets to be budget time, and I thank her for her efforts to make that happen. I wanted to talk for a moment about city tree trimming. We got a lot of concerns at City Hall about the tree trimming that's going on with the olive trees on Azusa. Turns out those trees are quite diseased, systemically diseased. and so they had to be severely pruned. We're going to leave them alive. We're not going to trim them down to the ground level yet, but they're going to have to come back before they look beautiful again. And so, with apologies for the lack of lacing that you'd normally see when we trim a tree, those were in bad shape, as it turned out. So we were responding to a council member request and discovered some things we didn't know. I mentioned earlier the police department is now open to the public. It feels good that we're able to do that. People were having to call on their cell phone or use a box phone on the wall to get an officer to come out, and it's really nice to be getting our city operations back. I wanted to mention some West Covina businesses that are reopening. We are eligible now under the county program, being in the orange tier, to allow restaurants at 50% capacity, bars outdoor only with some modifications, grocery stores at 75% indoor capacity, and fitness facilities at 25% capacity. 25% isn't great, but it's way better than nothing, and I think the businesses that are able to get some customers back will appreciate that. Further updates about businesses, movie theaters at 50% or 200, whichever is fewer, and personal care at 75% of capacity. The last slide I wanted to leave with you was a photo taken today of the roof deck at City Hall. You're going to have a public hearing later tonight, but when you're having that public hearing, keep this shot in mind. These light standards and support stanchions are completely decrepit, and so we're going to be proposing some solar panels to be paid for out of the energy that they create. But this is a big step forward for us, and I wanted to share this thought. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So on to the consent calendar. Was there anything you'd like to pull? Okay. So do I have a motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 10 with the exception of 3 and 7?
So moved.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Mayor, before I take roll call, I'm going to read the ordinance title for item number 10. Ordinance number 2477, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Covina, California, repealing Article 10, Public Works Contracts of Chapter 19, Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Places, and adding Division 3, Contracting for Public Projects, to Article 7, Purchases and Sales of Chapter 2, Administration of the West Covina Municipal Code. I have a motion by by Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos and a second by Diaz. Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion approves 5-0. All right. On to item number 3, pulled by Councilman Tabatabai. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, on the emergency declaration, one of the things that it states is that we are still under this emergency declaration in order to get funds back. I'm just curious, is that what the law states? Because under the state, we are declared under a state of emergency. So doesn't that already cover us?
Through the chair, if I may. Under our federal system, we are an instrument of the state of California, and we are required as an independent city to have a council-declared local emergency, which frees up our eligibility for state and federal funds. I'll give you an example from today. As the council's aware, we've been using Fulgent Technologies to do COVID testing for quite some time now at Cameron Park. Since February the 1st, literally, we've been offering this service. We were in communication today with Fulgent again, and they're indicating, we'll push out social media tomorrow, that we can do COVID vaccinations starting Monday. I wholeheartedly approved that. I couldn't imagine that any member of the city council would be against that. I thought I was executing that disaster the way you would want me to. And the fact that we can claim expenditures like that directly related to the pandemic and the recovery from it, I think will justify this action. I recommend it again.
Okay. And at what point would you anticipate removing your emergency powers? Is it once that the state has taken us out of the emergency, or once we get to yellow tier, or June 15th, if the tier system is removed? just trying to think, what landmark are you looking at?
The milestone that I'm looking for is when we as a city, as a county, as a state transition from disaster response to disaster recovery. I don't know when that'll be, but I can tell you we're still in disaster response mode. And these authorities are rare, and they're precious, and they're important. And I don't know of any city that hasn't continued its resolution. I would hate to think that we'd have to bear the cost of our disaster response independently out of our scarce reserves. I just will return this or let it lapse as soon as I believe in my judgment that we are beyond disaster response and well into disaster recovery. In a normal disaster, a normal disaster like a hurricane or an earthquake or a flood, you're talking days or weeks, not months. This is a completely unusual event. I hope we never go through this again, but here we are, and we're still in disaster response mode.
So, just final question. So, in your process of making a decision like the decision you made today, are there other staff that you're conferring with before making these decisions, or is this something that you're kind of doing on your own?
Through the chair, if I may. One of the departments that's obviously on the very, very front lines is our fire department. Our fire chief has been really remarkable at getting the city approved as a MPOD, a point of distribution, eligible to receive vaccine and eligible to distribute it. Our fire department was instrumental in the response that we gave, I mentioned earlier, to our senior citizens, getting our workforce vaccinated. So in this case, Chief Capelli and I were on the phone this afternoon more times than I would care to admit to you about how quickly we could get that done and how we could market it. So it was definitely a team approach to problem solving for that one. I didn't consult the chief of police, although I can't imagine he would have been against it either. I'm sure he's also equally supportive.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Yes. So this is something that we've been doing every city council meeting, and so it's basically the same thing. We're trying to making sure that things are getting done, and we're trying to mediate. You have your meetings with the chiefs, and so we're moving forward, and we're allowing you to do what you need to do. So I would say that I would like to move this motion to be approved. Does anyone second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Oh, Madam Mayor, you're not going to give this? Yeah. So after the motion is seconded, usually we're to parliamentarian open for discussion?
I mean, it's up to you. If you want to discuss, you can discuss the motion. It's up to the body.
So are you going to allow us to discuss the
We've had
motion?
the same discussion.
It's the same.
I think we're kind of just prolonging unnecessarily. I don't know what there is to discuss. I think.
Well,
I prefer the roll call, please,
Roll
because
call.
you ask the same thing every month.
okay, no. So can I
Roll
just
call, please.
okay?
Councilmember Tabatabai?
No.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. On to agenda item number 7, pulled by Councilman Tabatabai. Go ahead, proceed.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. One of the issues we've had during the council meetings is that there hasn't been a clear when is questioning staff and when is discussion, and so we've had a lot of conflict in terms
City
of
Attorney,
interruptions.
can you please answer?
So yes, can you maybe clarify so that way we can have a meeting that runs a little smoother with the protocols?
Okay, Madam Mayor, typically if you pull an item from a consent calendar, you're going to ask staff for a report if there is a report, unless there's just a quick question that can be answered. Once that's addressed, you can have discussion, have the motion a second, take the roll call, or you can also call for a discussion after that if the item still needs to be discussed. It's up to the body. This is consent calendar. It's a routine matter. There might just be one question, and just want the public to know of something. So it's typically pull it, question, staff report if necessary, comment on it, motion, discussion if you need it more. If not, just take your roll call and you're done with it.
Okay.
Thank you. So, I didn't continue the way I was doing it. So, agenda item number 7.
So on the financial recovery plan, my question is for number 6. Prepare financial analysis that evaluates both the short-term and long-term financial implications of significant spending decisions. So in terms of number 6, when did this become part of our financial recovery plan? When did that decision get made to have this as an objective to meet? City Manager.
Through the chair, if I may respond. The financial recovery plan was indicated by the work of the state auditor. Mm-hmm. They informed the city in December of 19 that we'd been selected for an audit under their high-risk program. And they see this as an important step toward the city's pathway, a means of gaining stability. Mm-hmm. The chart identifies the state auditor objectives 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. You highlighted number 6, mm-hmm. and the state auditor finding has been a part of this from the beginning. Prepare financial analyses that evaluate both the short-term and long-term financial implications of significant spending decisions. So it's been a part of this finding from the state from the very beginning. They did ask us, and that's probably the gist of this plan, the heart of this plan, to come up with action steps to get us there and to put dates to it and then to assign staff by which they'll do it. This is a plan which we are required to submit back to the state in June or July of this year. I think June. We're gonna be ahead of that deadline, but it's a multi-year plan, and this has been a part of it from the day it was written.
Okay, so just to clarify, so from December 2019, one of our actionable items that we were aware of was to create short-term and long-term financial analysis plans for any major decisions that would impact spending.
I don't mean to be argumentative, but I'd like to say that this plan wasn't written until March of this year. I know the Finance and Audit Committee has spent a fair amount of time on it, and it's also been reviewed by the State Auditor's Office, one of the principal auditors. But it wasn't even written until March, and one of the key pieces here from the perspective of the Finance and Audit Committee, we've got a couple auditors on that committee giving of their time. They offered to participate in this and to help develop a template that would be used for us as part of City Council agenda reports. That hasn't been turned in yet or reviewed or collaboratively developed. So I would not portray this as something which is past due, but rather a work which is in progress. Oh. And the milestone date that we say on number 6 is that we will prepare that template by August of this year, by August of 2021.
Okay. All right.
That's it. Mm-hmm. Again, thank you to the Audit and Finance Committee. Appreciate for all this. Do I have a motion to approve item 7?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Tabatabai.
Aye.
Councilman Wu. Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion approves 5-0. On to public hearing. Item number 11, consideration of construction, lease purchase, and renewable energy credit agreements in connection with the energy system upgrades. The matter set for public hearing is the consideration of construction, lease purchase, renewable energy credit agreements in connection with the energy system upgrade project. Will the city clerk verify the proper legal notice has been given?
Notice has been given, Mayor.
Okay, at this time, I shall open the public hearing on the consideration of agreements in connection with the energy system upgrades project. There will be first the presentation of staff report, then we shall hear comments from the public. City Manager, who will present the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have with us tonight the key representatives from Alliance who are going to approach the dais and give a very brief and succinct PowerPoint. As they're walking up, I'd like to introduce the item to say this was originally approved by the City Council following a public proposal process and interviews and selection. The approval in October of last year gave authority to the city manager to negotiate and execute some agreements. We're here tonight with some good news about better interest rates and different banks, but the project changed just enough that I wanted you to get a last look at it. So I'm going to ask Mr. Brad Chapman from Alliance to give an overview, and then we'll be available for questions.
Thank you, City Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having us back again. Okay, you've got it up. Oh. I'm going to give this to him because I'm probably going to screw it up. So as the city manager said, the project itself really hasn't changed all that much. What we were able to go back and do, our trusted PPA provider for years, for whatever is going on, had a hard time getting a PPA rate that we were really satisfied with. So we worked diligently with your city manager. He requested that we try to do some more research and find out if there was something better we could offer the city. And with Audie, who can come up to the podium and speak, we went out and did a kind of a nationwide search. And what we actually found was a bank that was willing to finance the solar, so in the city's case, this works out better because now you're going to own the solar from day one. The interest rate is lower than what the PPA provider was willing to do on his return on investment. And we actually have you paying it off in 5 years or 10 years, less than the PPA. 10 years. So it'll be paid off less in 10 years, so you'll realize more savings. And actually just the solar portion going from a power purchase agreement to a finance saves the city an extra $3 million on this project. So again, and I'll go through it very fast. If you go, Audie, to the scope matrix. Wrong way. There it is. So again, here's just a brief overview. You'll see on the left, that's all the city facilities that we're able to get either lighting and or mechanical, and building controls and solar to pay for itself without any general fund or capital outlay from the city. And then across the top is the energy conservation measure that we'll be doing at said facility. So in this, throughout different city facilities, there's a multitude of mechanical equipment, brand new HVAC equipment that's much needed, interior and exterior lighting retrofits that come with 10-year warranties plus an extra 1% stock for the city. So if there are burnouts or anything, the city will have stock. New controls. This will allow city staff to monitor buildings remotely and make changes via an iPhone or a smart tablet. So the city, from a operational expense, isn't sending out city employees every time there's a complaint call from staff. We'll be redoing roofs at 2 facilities. And then approximately a little over a megawatt of solar, which will include your parking structure right out here. We're going to rip out all that wood. We're going to put in a nice new solar array with brand new lighting up there. And then here's the quick layout. So you'll see Cameron Park. You'll see the city yard with covered parking, the Civic Center, which will have, you see your roof over there on the right. The Senior Center. And then finally, we're going to put in transformers at 2 sites. And what this is going to do is give better power supply, so there's not the outages or the internet, the fluctuations. You'll see the transformers actually are long past, and this is why Edison is probably out here so often taking care of those. At Shadow Oak, I believe, did I pronounce that right? It is Shadow Oak. We'll be doing a lighting retrofit, installing all brand new lights, as well as putting in a bathroom. And this is just a quick kind of your environmental attributes, how many cars you'd be removing from the road, trees that you'd be saving, things like that on a project like this. And I think the most important thing is what you'll see here, what you didn't see last time is again, there's no capital outlay from the city. This is all paid through savings. It's the offset of what you would be paying Southern California Edison. We put a guarantee to that. So if we say we're going to save you $1 and we save you, 50 cents, then we are on the hook to write the city a check for that 50 cents. And as you saw before, last time there was roughly $4.5 million in savings, but because redoing the solar and getting a better interest rate, we're now going to recognize about $7.5 million in project, or I'm sorry, bring project amount. Sorry, you saw $11 million in project savings, and you're now going to see almost $15 million in project savings. I know you guys have a busy night, so hopefully I didn't go too fast, but I will answer any questions, and I can go back if you want.
Does the city council have any questions?
So then the previous presentation had the total project amount about 3.2 million, and this is now 7.5. Can you just maybe explain that just a little bit more clearly for me?
Absolutely, council member. So last time, there's really, you look at this, there's two separate projects really in our world. So there's what the banks and the state calls energy project. That is your lighting, your mechanical equipment, your cool roofs, things. And then the solar is renewable. So a lot of times in a public agency, because they can't take advantage of the tax credits or selling the renewable energy credits, we do what's called a power purchase agreement. So what that is somebody else is going to own that solar for 30 years, and they're going to charge you to buy power from that solar, but it's a lesser amount than what the utility. What we did is we worked with a bank that is going to finance that now. So instead of doing a PPA, you're actually going to see the real amount. That's why it's at 7.5 now, because you're going to own that. But we have a buyer, and I'm going to work very diligently with your city manager and your staff. Once that solar is up and operational, we have a buyer, a refinery in Torrance, who's going to buy those RECs from the city, which is kind of unheard of in this market as a public agency. So we're actually going to bring in a revenue stream for the next 20 years, hopefully, as long as we're operating and David and I are around, we'll bring those RECs back. So that's the difference that you see in the price.
And I know you, thank you for bringing all the different locations that's going to have the lighting. And this might be a city manager question. The lighting at Walmarado restrooms, was that addressed for this? I know it's very poor lighting and it's a safety concern I have.
I'm going to answer, and when I get it wrong, I'm going to trust Mr. Brad to correct me. The project scope has changed a little bit because the council was very interested in upgrading lighting. For example, as was mentioned earlier tonight, Fire Station 1 is probably on the verge of being no longer functional, and this project identifies that as one of the project pieces. So we're going to have to use that one as a deductive alternative in this project, and we'll be able to find energy savings in other lights elsewhere, including the park you mentioned, Walmarado. So we're going to try and switch out as many safety and security lights in the parks as we possibly can, because those are fairly inexpensive to do, and you get a good energy gain as a result of it. I'm not sure we're able at this moment to promise the ball field lightings, because those don't run as much, nor is the savings as great. But we think we can get all of the parks.
Oh, all the parks. Okay.
Going to try.
Indoor and outdoor, as in indoor restrooms as well.
We're focusing on the outdoor safety lighting and then the indoor convenience lighting as well.
Okay, perfect. That's all I want.
I want to be clear. He and I have to do some change order work for that to happen, but we certainly understand your intent.
We have some ideas, and we'll work diligently.
I have a follow-up.
Thank you, Councilman Wu.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Okay. And what I'm saying is, I think the two location possible. Okay, we need to be considerate, and they maybe move this to Older Park. Okay. I think one is Station 1. We want to rebuild it. Okay. So really no point to spend money. Okay, for the energy saving or the solar panel. Another one is City Yard. And I don't think we need to do anything on the city yard. I think we should move that thing into the older park. Again, 16 park, it will cost so much money for the power bill. I think, like you say, that we can move, maybe some of this for all the 16 park, including the Big League Dream. Okay, that we can, because that's we pay the utility. No matter who operate, we still pay the utility. So I think that I think it's $millions right now. So if you can install all this energy saving lighting for all the parks, because you see the light, it costs a lot of money, just the power, because they're still using the old technology. So I think, just like you say, the manager already proactive into the 16 park. Can you do it?
Well, I will work with Mr. Carmody diligently. I mean, if it can be done, we will do it. If not, we're going to come up with a couple creative ideas to figure out what we can and can't do.
I want a commitment because we want to approve tonight because we already approved this last year, okay? And so right now you're changing something, so we want to reapprove again. But I really want to pull into the 16 park, including, because there's going to be a major output of our expenditure because the power bill for the 16 park, there's a lot of money. And plus, a lot of lighting is not really safe for our residents at nighttime. So we need to have some security light.
And you're talking just the pathway and security lights, not
correct,
the ballpark.
and including all the maybe baseball fields, all that kind of light. Can that be changing into the energy saving?
So they can. The problem that you have with ballparks is because they don't run as much. Ballpark lights, believe it or not, there's only a couple different manufacturers of those, so they're very expensive to do. We can do it. I just want to sit down. I've got a couple of ideas. There's some federal grant things out there, and there's some money, and that's why we didn't want to put it in this, because those things are ever-changing targets. And I'd like to sit down with the city manager, have that discussion, and see what we can and can't do. Or maybe what a lot of cities will do, it's like a two-phased approach, right? We'll do one, we'll wait for some of those savings to come in, and that can generate enough savings where we can come back and then do the rest. So that's where I want to sit down. And then I'll leave it up to your city manager. You know, if we can fit one park in, I don't want to make, other people mad that their park didn't get fixed. So that's something that staff and I will work on diligently.
That's smart.
Yeah, how that works.
I still prefer, the contract including the 16 parks, and I think that's doable because that really is, and eat up a lot of our expenditure with all the power bill. But I think the saving will justify because the park you see the light all the time.
Oh yeah, but you don't have 16 parks with sports lights.
No.
Okay, yeah.
No.
We'll figure it out.
Only a few. Okay, I think only 5. Okay, that's 4 or 5.
We had, I think,
all the 16 park, but they still have a security light, LED light. Okay, okay. So we need a bathroom light. Okay, like Mayor talking about. I think we need to have that thing to be.
Well, we will do that bathroom. The minute you sign the contract, that bathroom will get done.
Well, we want all the bathroom, not only her bathroom.
Okay.
We have a 5 districts, so we want the 5 districts all be fairness. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
And can we include in the park light, including this contract? Can we move the motion, including? Okay, we can replace.
Actually, I need to.
I want.
The public comments. We want, if anybody here who wishes to comment on this item prior, and then we'll have our discussion right after.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So currently, is there any in the public who wishes to comment on this item?
Mayor, I received no speaker cards for this item.
Okay, so now I can close the public comment portion of this hearing, and then we can ask for council discussion.
I want to discuss quickly. Okay, so because we can remove Station 1 and the city yard, okay, and then we place these two into all the park security line, including a couple of I don't know how many sport plaques we have. Okay, so they will be including in this contract. They need to into the energy saving because right now I think we pay way too much for the just power bill. So is that okay with the city manager?
I do agree because I don't want to approve this and then on the next one we see that none of the parks had been taken care of. So
what we can do? What's the second facility? CDR? Does that stand for something? Fire Station 1 and then CDR.
CDR.
Huh?
What's the second?
He's referring to Fire Station 1 and the city yard.
Oh, the city yard. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the solar.
Oh, so you don't.
You want to install the CDR, but possible we want to rebuild that place. So with a new fire station, so that's really no point to put the old place with a bunch of energy saving investment.
Oh, so maybe do no scoop of work at city yard.
Yes.
We just don't want you to install something and then there's movements and then it's a waste of money after we have to tear it down or if anything.
Okay, so what we can do in these projects, because I don't know the cost of the scope of work at city yard.
So there's no breakdown.
But there might. Well, so you got controls and solar there. So what we can do is we've got a lot of flexibility in this legislation where basically if the project is approved, because it's design build, we can move a lot of things. So what I can do, because I don't know what it is now, is I can work with David tomorrow. I can go figure out what the scope
Let me
is.
answer if I may.
Go ahead. City
It's
manager.
a contract you're approving tonight, and a contract is a serious thing. A deductive alternative is pretty easy. I tell him we're not doing it, and we're not doing it.
Right.
That'll give us an offset by which I could do an additive alternative. I think with respect to the solar panels, the city yard, all he really wants is airspace to put panels.
Yes.
So I need to find him some other ground on which we can put those panels to create the energy and sell the credits. But I think this is the kind of thing we can work out. I've developed a lot of confidence in this.
Because we have so many the parking lot.
Yep.
And you can put on the parking lot on the park, okay? And you have some shade that's on the top. You can put solar panel, just like all the elementary school and all the high school. They all have a parking lot. And we have so many park with the parking lot, so you can build a shade over there. And at the same time, you put a solar panel. We have plenty. I think we just don't have to put in the place potentially will be teared down. It's a waste of money and waste of, and all the thing.
Okay. So then my question is, we're just approving the solar panel contracting. I just want to clarify
Project.
the project, or do we need a table till we get the finalized breakdown?
No, I don't think we need a table.
Okay.
I just want to, amend the motion, to including the flexibility, including, all this energy life.
Absolutely.
Including the, this improvement.
That flexibility.
And then we consider it two side. We can put in the parking lot of our 16 parks. We can build the shade at the same time, put the solar panel on the top. We have plenty of places for you to choose.
We have that flexibility.
So this is my motion, to move this to be approved.
So then,
I'll second that.
okay. So I have a motion and a second. Roll call. You need to read.
Don't forget, I want all the parks.
Don't need to read that one, right? Okay. So roll call.
Councilmember Tabatabai.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion approves 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for the opportunity.
All right, on to agenda item number 12. This matter set for public hearing consists of an appeal of the decision by the Planning Commission to approve conditional use permit number 20-07, slight modification number 20-01, and subcommittee for design review number 20-36 to allow for construction of a 1,644 square foot second story addition, a 654 square foot single story addition, a 952 square foot 3-car garage to replace the existing 2-car garage, and a 520 square foot balcony to the existing 4,344 square foot 2-story single family residence at 1208 South Holland Crest Drive. City Clerk, can you verify the proper legal notice has been given?
Notice has been given, Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, I shall open the public hearing on the appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve the conditional use permit, slight modification, and subcommittee design review application. There will first be a presentation of the staff report. Then we shall hear from those in favor of the appeal, and then opposed. Finally, the appellant will have the opportunity to give a rebuttal to any testimony received in opposition. There will be first the presentation of staff report, then we shall hear comments from the public. City Manager, who will present the staff report?
Our planning manager, Joanne Burns, will present the staff report this evening.
Okay, go ahead and proceed.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, also members of the public. Just a bit of background. The project site is located on the north side of on the north side of Holland Crest Drive, just southeast of its intersection with Casa Grande Drive and Hollenbeck Street. The subject site is surrounded by single-family residential on the north, east, west, and the suburban water systems to the south. The conditional use permit is required because the project exceeds the 25% threshold for the maximum unit size. A slight modification is required because the project exceeds a 25-foot maximum building height by 2 feet, and subcommittee design review applications are required for all additions that is visible from the public right-of-way. The item was initially reviewed by the Planning Commission on September 1st. At the Planning Commission meeting on September 1st, the Planning Commission directed the applicant to install story posts as suggested by one of the neighbors, and also provide a line of sight view to ensure that the addition would not block views from the neighboring property to just east of the project site right along here. On January 26, 2021, the Planning Commission heard a continued public hearing in which the Planning Commission at that time, this is now the new Planning Commission, the Planning Commission at that time directed staff to research if a condition of approval could be included to prevent the future construction of an ADU, and if the garage has to be included in the floor area ratio calculation. That's counted towards the maximum unit size. Staff did do the research and presented the Planning Commission with findings from on February 23rd, 2021. In short, a condition of approval cannot be added, prohibiting the property from constructing an ADU in the future because of state law that prevents this from happening. And we did look through the code and through previous project approvals and found that, in fact, the garage does have to be added to the floor area ratio calculation when taking into consideration the maximum unit size. The Planning Commission subsequently approved the project with an added condition that the windows on the windows on the southeast be frosted. The Planning Commission voted 4-1 with Commissioner Williams dissenting. An appeal was then filed by Carla Pisano and Carlos Garay on March 3rd, 2021. Carlos Garay and Carla Pisano reside on this property right along here where the pointer is on. In the appeal application, they wrote that they felt that the incorrect windows were required to be frosted by the Planning Commission. Prior to the filing of the appeal, staff did reach out to the applicant to see if they were willing to frost the northwest windows. However, the applicant was not, due to the fact that they felt that the commission made the correct motion and that they didn't feel like there was any privacy issues, and that the window on that side was necessary to preserve their views. On the February 23rd Planning Commission meeting, although the Planning Commission did not direct the applicant to reduce the size of the addition, the applicant did revise the design to reduce the size of the addition for a total of 81 square foot on the first floor and 224 square foot on the second floor. So the design or the house size was reduced from 7,465 to 7,160, which reduced the total floor area ratio from 32.2% to 30.9%. in which the maximum unit size is 4,000 square feet, and the 25% CUP threshold is 5,000 square feet. On the projector is the project site plan. The first floor addition is 654 square feet, and that is located, this is the second floor addition area right along here, and the first floor addition is directly below that. The second floor addition is 1,644 square feet, and the applicant is proposing to also remove an existing two-car garage, which is located along this area right along here. And they are removing that two-car garage and replacing it with a three-car garage that extends forward. The project does comply with all the setback requirements. Here is a rendering of the front of the house on the left-hand side and the rear of the house. This window where the red dot is the window that was required to be frosted by the Planning Commission. And these windows along the rear or northeast side are the windows the applicant or the appellant feels should have been frosted. I also would like to point out that when the appeal was filed, staff did reach out to the Planning Commission who made the motion, the Planning Commissioner, which is Planning Commissioner Lewis, who made the motion and added that condition. And according to Commissioner Lewis, his intention was not to require these windows along the rear to be frosted, just this one bathroom window right along here. And this is should be the language for the added condition, which is condition of approval F, written in the draft resolution number 2021-21. The second floor bathroom window on the southeast shall be made of frosted glass to prevent visibility. Unfortunately, in the resolution, some words were left out. So this should be the words or the language. The second floor bathroom window on the southwest side shall be made of frosted glass to prevent visibility. And with the applicant's appeal application, I believe the revised language that the applicant would like, or the appellant would like to see, is the second floor windows on the northwest shall be made of fixed frosted glass to prevent visibility. I also like to point out that this hearing is a de novo hearing, and the City Council's purview is not limited to what is identified in the appeal letter. Here is the front and rear elevations. The area boxed in red is the location of the addition along the front and along the rear side. The height of the existing house is 27 feet. The applicant wishes to build the addition to be consistent with the height of the existing house. There is a condition of approval listed in the resolution for the slight modification requiring a height survey be conducted prior to the construction to verify the height of the existing house, and also during framing to make sure that the height of the addition is consistent with the height of the existing house. If this deck or balcony right along here is existing. The applicant is proposing a balcony or deck, which is the area where the pointer is on. The proposed addition has large exterior windows, and the architectural style proposed is a little bit more modern because it has a gray colored Concord double vinyl siding. This is these are the windows that the appellant would like to see frosted. This is the addition. Right along here. And this is the area that's highlighted in purple is the new balcony that's being proposed. So along the side, the addition is right along this area here. To investigate view impacts, I asked the applicant if I can do a site visit and had them set up a tall ladder. And I went on the top of the ladder and took pictures at approximately the area where the second floor addition would be located. So the view on the top left side is the view looking from the existing deck, which is where the existing building pad is located, looking towards the appellant's property. This is the existing view. And the photograph on the right is a photograph that I took from the top of the ladder, approximately where the proposed addition, second floor addition, is going to be located, looking towards the appellant's property. This is the appellant's property right here. And the bottom left photograph is from the subject property's second floor balcony. This is the existing balcony, and views from the existing balcony towards the appellant's property. These are existing views. And this is the existing, on the bottom right is the existing view from the existing building pad looking towards the properties or homes across Holland Crest. And this is the view that would look out of the window that's required to be frosted. Here are photographs that I took when the story poles are up. I just like to point out that after the February Planning Commission meeting, the applicants did remove the story poles because of safety concerns due to high winds in the expected March storm. So these are the story poles, a photograph of the story poles, and it's located on top of the garage. The way the story poles were constructed, it was just constructed in a box at the maximum height. So the addition would be much smaller than how the story pole appears because of the way the roof is. So instead of them putting up the story poles and showing the eaves and the slope of the roof. Instead, they just created a box around on top of where the addition is approximately going to be located. So the maximum height of the story pole is at 27 feet. So the first photograph on the left is taken from in front of the project site's driveway. This photograph right along here is taken from Hollenbeck Street, from this area here where I have the pointer on. In this photograph, right along here is also taken from Hollencrest Street, from the side, from around this area. More story pole photographs. And the framing and the area where the story poles are. In this photograph here was taken from Casa Grande Drive, along the area where the pointer is. And the bottom photograph is taken from South Hills Drive, along the area where the pointer is located. One of the items that staff presented to the Planning Commission on the February meeting were a list of previous CUPs that were approved since 2016. And we've approved a handful of projects requiring a CUP since 2016. And many of these homes that were approved were similar in floor area ratio in comparison to the proposed. The floor area ratio is listed on the last column, and the proposed project details are highlighted or listed in bold at the bottom. I just like to point out that 1436 South Alpine Drive, from this list, is the closest to the project site, which is located approximately 1,400 feet away south of the project site. 1455 Queen Summit Drive is located about 1,700 feet away southwest of the project site. While there are a few projects on Skyview, those are 2,000 feet away from the project site. This is a continuation of that list. Again, there are projects that are similar in floor area ratio in comparison, that were approved with a CUP in comparison with the project site. With this, staff is recommending that.
Okay, Joanne, I have a quick question. Can you go previous?
Okay.
All this.
Slide.
Okay, slide. Yeah, thank you. All this property, okay, and in the neighborhood, all this square footage, you have, 5,900, 5,000, 6,600. Okay, then you have, is that including the garage?
Yes, it includes a garage.
It's including the garage, right? Because in the common real estate, only calculate the living square footage. So basically, based on, can you go back to I don't want to see myself, can you go back to the slide? Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah. So if you go see this, that first one, 1436 Alpine, 5,946. How big is the garage? It's a two-car garage, because the three-car garage is about 900, almost 1,000 square feet. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then, and the Alpine, 5,946, city requires a three-car garage, two-car garage. So because the difference is one-car garage, possible 300 square feet. So I'm not sure, but so what I'm saying is this, why the city calculate so because of lot coverage, that's why you including in the garage?
No, in the city's municipal code, it states that if the garage is attached to the house, because the garage does contribute to the visible bulk and scale of the house, if the house is attached to the garage, then the garage is included in the floor area ratio calculation when considering the maximum unit size.
Got it. I just want to ask about that list. So the rest we can, after your presentation, then we can ask. But I'm just confused. So because all the house, okay, I don't know, it's only living square footage or including the garage. Because if you're including the garage, then all the houses will become pretty huge. Okay, because you got garage roughly 1,000 square feet.
Some of them do include the garage and some don't.
Some don't?
Yes. If it's a detached garage, then that's not included.
So detached garage not included?
Not included. Attached garage included.
So only the attached garage. What kind of logic is that? Okay.
What is the norm from on the outside?
From
outside
other
industry,
cities,
like standard city and
other city.
From other cities that I've worked in, when calculating the floor area ratio, the garage is not included. Just
normally garage.
Even if it's attached, it's not included.
Just the living.
That's interesting.
It's kind of strange. Okay.
So
okay. We need to update
in the
our
future
code.
that can be changed by the city council if the city council at a future meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So right now we cannot, based on all this list, so we don't know which property, including garage, which one doesn't, including the garage.
No, staff did not. The way we did the research is we just looked at the description in the on the top of the staff reports and also the resolutions. We did not look further into whether the garage is attached or detached.
Yeah, because if you, 7,160 looks huge, but if you divide, minus 952 garage, so we're down to around 6,000 square feet. So possible matching with over there. That's why I'm saying we want to compare apple to apple rather than compare some kind of different comparison. Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Okay, with that, staff recommends that the city council, or is recommended that the city council conduct the public hearing and thereafter adopt the resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision and approving the conditional use permit in subcommittee design review, and also adopt the resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision in approving the slight modification at 1208 Holland Crest Drive. If the city council has any questions, I'm available to answer. Also, for the record, in the city council's packet, I was asked to include a petition that was collected by one of the neighbors and signed by other neighbors around the site in opposition of the project. And also, one of the neighbors, Mr. Palmasalbis, emailed a PowerPoint presentation in which the city council has been provided a copy of, and he is here today, and he will point that out when he's ready to speak.
Thank you. City Council, do you have any questions for her? I had a quick question. I know I'm looking at the petition. So we have 10 signatures, but based on the streets that I was shown, it showed Hollenbeck Street, Casa Grande Drive, and South Holland Crest Drive. And out of the 10, there's only 3 that was on that neighboring street. I wanted to know, was there any direct next-door neighbors that had an issue? Did they petition, like their actual next-door neighbors? Did they have a problem? Okay, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Mr. Palmasalbis, who was the person who collected the petition, lives directly on the neighboring property, right along this area. He lives directly east of the project site.
Okay, that's the.
Yes, he is.
That's the one that we saw the house, the roof house that you're just showing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But the other.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, not the. He is not the appellant.
Oh. Okay.
Let's see. His house is right here.
Where? Oh, sorry, it didn't show on here. Oh, that's not the house that's being extended.
No.
It's different.
No. This is the house that's being extended. This is the neighbor's house who circulated the petition.
Oh, okay, so that's the direct neighbor.
Yes.
Okay.
And we were not contacted by the neighbor directly north of the project site. And we were not contacted by this neighbor or any of these neighbors as well. I'm not sure if they signed the petition. I didn't verify, but we were just not contacted by them.
Okay, no questions from City Council? Okay, so would the appellant like to speak? The applicant.
Mayor, we have the appellant.
Okay. And what's the name of the appellant again?
This is Mr. Carlos Garay. Did I say that correct? Thank you.
Oh, let me get his presentation.
We're going to get your presentation, sir.
Okay.
Oh, we Mayor, for your reference, that was the packet that I handed out to you. I believe it is this one. Is that correct, Mr. Gabat?
I have a few on here, so.
This, Mayor. This one.
Oh, okay. Oh,
That's
with
not
a signature?
presentation. That's the
yeah.
additional.
Additional information?
That's the additional. That's not the presentation.
Do you have the presentation?
Oh, this is what he provided me.
Presentation?
These pictures.
This is, Mayor, this is the presentation?
Okay. Well, we can watch the presentation.
And then this was supplemental information provided by him.
Okay. Go ahead.
So you are the applicant or you are the appellant?
Appellant.
Oh, the appellant.
The one against the project. Thank you.
So we'll have the appellant who's against it to speak, and then the applicant would be the project, right, to speak?
Yes, the
and
applicant
anybody
would
else
be the
who wishes
person.
in favor of the appeal. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Just one quick note. There was a petition that was distributed, the 10 signatures that was done by myself and my wife. And there's another petition that was provided by Paul, so he could probably, Paul Masalbas. So there's 2 petitions that were provided. So the one that's 10 signatures for privacy, that was on the behalf of my wife and I. Okay, so in terms of the supplemental information that I gave, the top picture.
I'm so sorry. Okay, which property you live in, so we can understand your geographic location. So which property? Okay, the cross street.
So
you are the cross street, the owner.
Yes.
The one with the red roof, the orange roof.
Yes, on the supplemental.
This one, right?
That's my house. Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you so much.
Across the street.
Across the street. Yeah. So just wanted to point out this is the attachment 12 that was provided by planning manager and staff. This it illustrates that our property is northwest. You could tell by the street Hollenbeck that runs north to south. On the bottom picture, that was taken on the 12-foot ladder to represent that it's on the second floor. You cannot see I wanted to note that you cannot see our front lawn. On page 2 of 7, on March 11th, 2021, approximately 1:30 p.m., we noticed a lot of activity in the front yard and on the neighbors, and we took a picture from our backyard, and you could see the individuals on the porch area. On page 307, that's a picture from our front lawn, where you could see the story poles. Compared to the page 1 of 7, on the bottom picture, from the proposed 12-foot height, you cannot see the front lawn. Page 4 of 7 through 6 of 7, those are the petitions that my wife and I gathered. They were signed for the protection of privacy. There's 6 signatures that were obtained west of our home, and there's 4 signatures that were obtained east of the home. Page 7 of 7 is architect rendition of, from our view, to the front-facing windows or the back windows of the proposed project, where once again, planning manager pointed out the wrong windows during the presentation. Where she mentioned it was the northeast windows, where in fact these are the northwest facing windows. The windows that will be facing our property directly. So, as mentioned, my property is located northwest of the proposed project. We appreciate Commissioner Lewis' approved motion to construct, but requirements to address privacy when windows facing our property was to be frosted. Note, the planning manager pointed during this approval process, the planning manager pointed the incorrect windows, leading to identification of the wrong windows that face are proposed.
Yeah, you can continue.
I am now at the mercy of the City Council to appropriately address City of West Covina's design guidelines, where Revision 20, January 2009, Section C, Item 5, calls for the windows designs to maximize privacy. This design failed to meet that item. West Covina City Ordinance 2254 states, due to changes in the intensity of development on single-family properties, it is appropriate to review the regulations to determine if revisions to development standards should be modified for thresholds and setbacks, to clarify regulations where it addresses privacy impacts, such that structures shall be located and designed to avoid unreasonable interference with the privacy of surrounding properties. Conditional use permit did not address or consider our privacy and that of our neighbors. I do not appreciate Commissioner Becerra's comments, where she states that we may also investigate adding value to one's property by stating 25% of that square footage can be investigated to add value to one's own property. One, this requirement is not one that we are requesting. Two, should we ever be interested, it may require us to build up, which will allow us to see our neighbor's property, whereas as of today, we cannot peer into their property. And three, the situation is different, where a conditional use permit is being requested to exceed the 25% requirements for administrative amendment, where it's requiring a conditional use permit. In addition, she stated, if you're outside the house, referencing the conditional use permit property, or the requester for the conditional use permit property, and look down, you can see, so what does one window matter? It matters that they are requesting a massive structure outside the norm. It matters that data presented and noted by staff and planning manager is not accurate. It matters that this proposed structure will have large windows and will significantly increase their visibility and significantly decrease our privacy. It matters. Please consider my wife, and our neighbors the request to deny this conditional use permit. Thank you.
I just had one question. You said your privacy. What exactly are they looking into? Is it just your front yard? Is it bathroom? I just wanted to know.
It's the front yard, the pool. It's one. When the story poles were up and erected, we could see it from the backyard. We could see it from the front yard.
So currently they can't see it?
From the first picture that we provided on the supplemental attachment, or I'm sorry, the second page of 7, we could see the bottom of the deck from the backyard property.
But they could see. Currently they could see.
They could peer into part of the backyard.
Okay, so that's the okay. So that's your. Oh, sorry.
So it's page 207 of the supplemental items.
I know, but I'm just looking at the picture. I just see only the front house. That's why, and the roof. But okay, I didn't see that part. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So now it's the applicant? It's the applicant and the appellant's the same, right? Okay. All right.
Madam Mayor, anyone else opposing?
Yeah, well, this is anyone, who wishes to speak in favor of the appeal? This is opposed? Yes. Okay.
Oppose the project.
We have one more opposed, Mayor.
All opposed, okay.
but we have it. We have.
Yes to the appeal.
I know it's kind of complicated.
Madam Mayor, it's in favor of the appeal. The appeal is opposing Planning Commission's approval. So in favor of, so anyone in favor of the appeal, and then let's have the applicant come up, and then anyone in support of the project, and then if there's need to rebut, we'll call up the appellant again.
Okay.
We have one speaker who is in favor of the appeal.
Okay.
Paul, I'm sorry for your last name, Maselbis. I believe, which one is?
Yeah, oh, that one. It's another one. Is this it? Is that this is something else? This is not it? It looks the same. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's additional? I think that's an additional.
Or this one?
Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Paul Maselbis. I reside at 1216 Holland Crest Drive. Lived there for 17 years. I've been a licensed civil engineer in the state of California for 35 years. I'll start by saying that I'm dismayed and frustrated by the lack of logic and reason demonstrated by the planning staff and 4 of the planning commissioners in the decision to approve this application. We appreciate Commissioner Shelby Williams' dissenting opinion. One of the commissioners at the last Planning Commission meeting stated the application should be approved because as you go up into South Hills, the homes are larger. There is precedent by previous commissioners in approving larger homes. He talked about the mansionization ordinance and how it has not been followed and how previous commissions have no credibility as a body. That's a quote. I'll address each of these points. The table I've given you, the first sheet I just passed around, that shows the size of the 50 homes near the applicant's property. You'll note at the bottom, it shows the average home size is 3,183 square feet. The very bottom of that page in small print. Apologize for that small print. The applicant's existing home at the top of the list, 0, is already one of the largest homes in the area and is 31% larger than the average size of surrounding homes. The existing home is 31% larger already. The addition that's proposed would bring the home to more than twice the size of the surrounding homes. Now, Commissioner Wu, Councilman Wu made a comment about whether garages were attached. I thoroughly reviewed the previously approved CUPs. All of them are attached garages for purposes of comparison. We'll get to that. There's one home you'll see on the list. It's highlighted in orange. This house is over 10,000 square feet. Note the lot size is 106,000 square feet. This is a historic property in the neighborhood. It's the only home of this nature in the whole entire area. In fact, this historic property is the only other home within a half-mile radius that is larger than 5,000 square feet. The homes that are shown in yellow highlight are up the hill from the subject property. The commissioner had said that as you go up into the South Hills, the homes are larger. These homes are not that large as you go up into the hill. In your slide package, that's this document here, folks. There's a list of CUP applications approved in the last 5 years. Of 40 applications, only 14 were over 6,000 square feet, and only 9 were over 7,000 square feet. This includes garages, just as the applicant's does. These are shown in red font. Most of these homes, 6 of them, were on Sunrise Road, one particular area. If you look at the map on the following page, Sunrise Road is that area circled in red on the far right. That shows 6 homes that are the larger sized. The other homes circled in red, kind of in the center of the page, are the only other homes that are over 6,000 square feet. So there is only 9 homes total that have been approved in the last 5 years that have been of this size, 7,000 square feet. I'll address another point that the commissioner made. Nearby jurisdictions do not limit home size. As far as other cities not limiting home size, these jurisdictions lacking such limitations result in hodgepodge development. Take a drive through Arcadia and see the disparate development that I speak of. West Covina is better than that. I'd like to take a moment to review some of the false statements made in the staff report on this item. In the required findings, there's a statement, the proposed addition is harmonious in scale and mass with the surrounding residents, given that all properties directly abutting the project site are developed with 2-story homes. If you look at the first list I showed you, only 3 homes are 2 stories, as shown in the assessor's records. It's not surrounded by 2-story homes by any means. In terms of the visual scale and mass,
Are you almost done?
yeah, I'm almost done. The visual scale and massing presented by the addition on Holland Crest Drive or from Holland Crest Drive and abutting residential properties is insignificant due to the topography of the site. The building pad is higher than the street. The addition would not be readily visible from pedestrians and vehicles passing by.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Okay,
If you look at-
I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm kind of confused. Are we talking about the window here, or are we talking about the size? Because from the appellant, I think about the window. And now this gentleman talking about the size. So is that what we're talking about here? Are we going to, decide is the size of the property or the window of the...
Because I'm reading the report, and it does state that the Planning Commission made changes to reduce the size, and the applicant complied with those
So
changes.
you're not talking about the window, you're talking about the size.
The
Madam
appeal
Mayor?
that we see here is the window.
This is an appeal. It's a de novo hearing, so this council is talking about the entire project. It was appealed on the basis of the window, but the council will vote on the entire project tonight. That's
Oh, got it. So basically, the appellant or the people against the project can talk about anything, not just the window.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
If I just make one last comment.
I think
There's a couple of things were said. One thing that the...
1 minute.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you, ma'am.
Make it that quick.
The planning manager stated that there was a petition attached to your package. There are actually 2 petitions, just to clarify. One was conducted by the appellant, and that addresses the privacy issue. And so I believe they collected 10 signatures. I also conducted a petition of the surrounding neighbors. 25 homeowners in the area signed the petition, and immediately adjacent that are opposed to the project. The project is definitely not in alignment with the city's general plan. I and my neighbors respectfully request the application be denied, and the applicant be requested to return with a more reasonable proposal for a single-story addition to this home. This will address the size issue as well as privacy concerns. Thank you.
Yeah. So now so that is all in favor of the appeal. Now, is there anyone who wishes to speak in? Oh, yeah, the applicant or the opposition.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Fernando. I am the applicant for this project. I had a PowerPoint presentation, but I think staff covered most of it, so I'm going to be very brief, and I'm just going to focus on I think what's important. So I'm the applicant. My client here hired us to do their dream house. It's Mr. and Mrs. Wang, who are the owners, and they also live here with their parents. Mr. Wang is a Navy veteran, and his wife is a professional photographer. They hired us to design their dream home. It took us 1.5 years to design it with staff, going back and forth for about 1.5 years. And then we later presented to the Planning Commission. At our first meeting at the Planning Commission, We had an original design that was a little bit larger, and we actually got a little bit of comments from the community, which is 2 members that were here today, and their concerns was the line of sight, and their concerns were the square footage. So what we did was we came back to the commission again. We provided a sightline analysis stating that we are not going higher than our existing house. Our house is existing height, and we are continuing that height. We are not going larger, and we're not going shorter. We're not going shorter because we want to maintain the architecture of the house. We want to make it look really, really nice. We have a lot of money invested in this house, and it is their dream home, so we're not cutting any corners. And number 2, we are not trying to block anyone's view. So we did provide a site analysis to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission and staff reviewed it. They made a conclusion that our new addition would not block any site view, and that we met the code of the municipal code of the city, and we would like to move on with the project. At that meeting, the Planning Commissioner said, hey, we would like for you to reduce the size of the house because that's the concern of the community, and also provide the frame plan, the poles, the pole plan. So we did that. So what we did is we reduced the size of the house, and we just reduced the size of the house about 300 square feet. We reduced it from the second story, and then we reduced it from the rear yard. And then, so that's how we redesigned the project. Over than that, sorry, I'm just trying to do. Okay, at the commission hearing, I also want to emphasize that staff did present a detailed list of all the other projects that have been approved that are very similar in size, similar in projects that have been approved. And that was about 25 houses within the area. I do want to talk about the appellant and about his property and his concern. I did look at the city council agenda. There's a picture that staff had provided. Staff visited the property, and this is attachment 12. So we provided staff with the ladder, and we said, you are at 20-something feet in height, and if you were standing there, this would be your view. So staff took this picture, and Joanne, I'm sorry, but can you provide a picture? I really want to focus on this picture because the appellant's concern is that we will be looking, or my client will be looking into his house. Currently, right now, we can see everyone's house. We are in such a grade change. We are in 50 to 70 feet above the street. From the appellant's house, we are approximately 7 feet from grade. So our house, we can't change the grade. We're trying to work with the topography. Also, our lot is irregular in size. It's not a perfect box. It's kind of circular. It goes at an angle, and our house is tucked inside to the north. Now, I'm focusing on the picture it says appellant property. So if you see, I am not able to see the rear yard at any point. At the highest point that we provided staff with the ladder, we're not able to see it. We also invited staff into the house, and we have an existing balcony now, which is closer to that side of the addition. And again, she took pictures from the balcony, which I think you provided, right? It's the pictures on the bottom. We are still not able to see anything to the rear yard. That's not our goal. And I wanted to also go to the next point. So our lot is about 23,000 square feet. It is irregular inside. I wanted to point out to the addition that we're doing. So that is the highlighted area that we are adding to the house. And also, Commissioner Wu, you did make a very interesting comment about. I'm sorry, Councilman Wu.
Okay, downgrade.
I'm sorry. I'm always used to just speaking to the Planning Commission. So I'm sorry. So our garage is 952 square feet. We're required to have a 3-car garage, but the property owner would like to have a workstation, and he has cars, and he wants to have that as kind of his man cave, you can say. So 1,000 square feet of this property is considered to be garage. In addition to that, I think I just want to emphasize that staff did visit the site. All the meetings to the Planning Commission, staff recommended approval. I just want to emphasize that from the second story, it is very difficult to look at to any of my neighbors. We do not have any intent to look at anyone. We have a beautiful backyard in the back. There's a pool, there's a patio, and we intend to use that. And with that said, I think that concludes my presentation.
I had a question. The current deck that is shown, is the house going to go all the way to where the deck?
Yes.
It's not going to go past that, right?
No.
It's right there
It's
where the deck.
the balcony is the house, and the balcony is designed in a way to take advantage of the mountains and the view to LA.
Mm-hmm.
So the addition is tucked in. It's not to the edge of the property. The dark solid circle, that is the edge of the property. So when you're inside the house, you can't see down. You're 70 feet down, and there's a difference in grade. So if you're in the backyard, you have to go to the edge to look down. And also, the addition is tucked into the property, and so is the balcony. We designed the balcony in a way that it's tucked in. That you can't. You could see because you're higher, but there's no way you can look directly down. And I think the pictures that staff provided and visited the property, I think they show what is really there. Because if you look at numbers, it looks like a huge house, but this is a pretty big sized lot. And I'm happy to answer any of the.
I have a question. Could you go back to the previous, current, and the future, the pictures? I want to see. Okay, and they have a tree. Okay, so yeah, is that the one? Okay, yeah. On the right hand side, the bottom, is the future view, right?
That view is at the edge.
At the edge.
Yeah.
So it's not. Is this a current view, or which one would be? So which one would be the future view? On the right hand side or
the top right would be the view
of future.
Yeah, but
because she stepped up on the 12 feet and took a picture.
Yeah, that was a picture from the top of the ladder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The future, the height.
Tentatively, that is the view. But
and how about the bottom one? What the bottom one that view is about? This is because I see a lot of tree, look like Italian cypress.
Oh, multiple properties have all their backyards.
I have an Italian cypress
screened.
about 30 feet high.
They're about 20 feet tall.
I have a 2-story home. My next door neighbor is 1 story. Yeah, but I have Italian cypress, so
yeah, most of the properties in the rear yard they're fully landscaped. And,
so this is all the tree over there is current tree.
Yes, it's a current tree.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to just emphasize something that the appellant property from the proposed or estimated construction view when the house would be built, it's very difficult. All we see is roof. And remember, on that side of the addition, there is no balcony. It's just windows. So we can't lean over. We can't move. It's a solid view, and it's at an angle. So the view is not that way. The view is this way. Because LA is facing that way. The whole design was to take advantage of the LA skyline.
So you have the city view?
Yeah, we have the city view.
You are very lucky.
270 view. We can see the OC, we can see the skyline of LA, and we can see all the San Gabriel Mountains.
Okay, thank you.
The appellant was asking for those windows to be frosted, and you can go ahead and explain why that was no.
I had the understanding that the Planning Commission conditioned the bathroom window to be frosted because of our privacy, and I agreed. I said, "Well, we it's not an issue to us, but if you like, we can frost it. It is a modern house. The windows are from the bottom to the top." We do have, there would be shades from the inside, but I mean,
is a bathroom?
There is a bathroom at the edge. So our design, if you go to the floor plan, our design is if you're taking a hot bathtub, we're in a dream home, right?
And the down below is a garage. The white wall is a.
And the white wall is a 4-car tandem garage.
I can see because you have no window, so it's possible.
Correct.
Garage.
It's a garage, and our dream is, from when you're in the shower, you're taking a nice bath, you can see the skyline at night. That was the design. That's what our client wanted. That was their dream house, and that's what we presented. That's what we designed. So the windows are very important to the overall architecture and the design, and that's why we really don't have any windows anywhere else besides focusing to the LA skyline.
So the windows that they want to frost, which is is it four or five panels?
Yes, 5 panels.
Is that the bathroom, the whole bathroom there?
No. The
Just
bathroom
the
is just a small corner.
Okay.
It's
What
just
is
a
that?
small corner window, and everything else is the master bedroom.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's a master bedroom.
Master
bedroom.
Yeah, master bedroom and master
Not a
bathroom.
living room.
No.
So that is
The living room is downstairs,
so master facing the view.
facing the view, so we can sleep at night with the skyline. And it's beautiful up there. I mean, you could see it. You could see the skyline. That's the main focus.
Anything with the hills, I mean, not the hills.
Yeah, they have a beautiful property, and we're excited about the project, and we put a lot of effort into this project.
So then you've already made all the changes necessary from what they've already mentioned.
Correct. The Planning Commission.
The only thing right now is just windows.
It's just the approval from the City Council.
So, at this point, did you have a question?
I'm happy to answer any question.
I was ready. Oh, okay.
So, okay, anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition of the appeal?
I have no more speaker cards, Mayor.
And so now the appellant would like to rebut any testimony offered in opposition. It's the rebuttal now.
What?
Rebut from the applicant.
Okay.
The appellant.
Well, thank you again for considering my request and hearing myself out and my wife and our neighbors. So I understand that it is our dream, and but at the same time, it's our nightmare, including our neighbor's nightmare, who signed the petition. And my understanding of the request for the frosted window was from Commissioner Lewis to really help us with our privacy. And that window was selected because the assumption was from the planning manager when she pointed out the wrong window. And so that's where that one window came from. And again, I understand it's definitely a dream. It's definitely something that we would like, but it's definitely going to impact our privacy. And I just wanted to point out, I don't know if I could do this, but I received some information from Paul in this plan just to point out the mass of the structure. I don't know if you could, there's this supplemental item that was provided. Looking south, driving down on Hollenbeck, he outlined sorry, this is not from Hollenbeck. Driving south on Hollenbeck towards the property, he outlined the story poles with in a red line, and you could see how much it sticks out. It's definitely a massive structure that's going to be built in our little neighborhood. Thank you.
So this closes the public comment portion of this hearing, and now we ask for council discussion. Is there a council discussion? I had a question as well. Quick question. So the square footage to the lot size, what was that again? And what is the ordinance?
Hold on.
Yeah, they said once you turn it off.
Turn it off.
Oh, gosh.
It's not turning on.
That's ridiculous.
Our mic never worked.
Isn't it like 20-some thousand square feet?
69,000.
Yeah.
Now it's on.
Let me try it.
Turn it up.
Okay, so if you look at the under revised design, the total square footage, including the first floor, second floor, and garage, is 7,160. The maximum unit size based on its lot size is 4,000 square feet, and the conditional use permit threshold is 5,000 square feet. So the conditional use permit threshold is 25% over the maximum unit size.
What is the lot size, the total lot size?
The lot size is...
Property lot size.
For 20,000.
It's 20,000?
Over 21,000, approximately 21,300.
But that's Zhang, right? Owner zero? 23,126? So the percentage. Okay, so it's 23,000. So based on the list provided, they pretty much have the biggest lot size out of all this Fallen Crest neighborhood. Besides.
Yeah, the 44
Well,
is...
of course, 44, that's an exception.
That is
They had
9,000.
106,000.
That's
That's a huge
house.
And then, of course, 9,000. But I meant looking at everybody else, the lot size is the biggest. And they're proposing 7,000?
7,160.
7,160.
In the garage.
In the garage.
I'm curious, okay, how can the 10,000 square feet you build a 9,713? That's pretty out of proportion.
Which one?
Is that?
The one that...
Oh, no,
number
he has
44.
106,000 square
Oh,
lot size.
I'm sorry,
It's-
my
yeah.
eye, I'm getting out.
9,000.
I think a lot of their land is not usable, though.
Andrews, let's say.
I've seen that house.
Yeah, that's huge, that's huge. That's a huge lot.
So they have a huge lot.
That is 2 acres, almost 2
It's
acres.
not usable land.
2.5 acre, 2.5 acre.
Any other discussion or comments?
Yeah. So just to be clear, Commissioner Lewis, when you addressed the issue with him afterwards, and he did say the frosted window is that one bathroom window that he was clear what he was amending.
Assistant City Manager Paulina Morales approached him, and she verified with him that he did select the correct window. See, at the time during the Planning Commission meeting, the appellant didn't identify his address. It was assumed that both the Planning Commission and staff knew what his address was because he wrote it in the speaker card. Unfortunately, staff and the rest of the commission does not have access to the speaker card, so we did not know what his address was. And during the meeting, the description of his property was given as directly west of the project site. Directly across the street from the project site, and where his curve is approximately 44 feet away from the curve of the project site. So it was assumed that he lived in these properties right along here. So if you look at this view is the view from the bathroom window that Commissioner Lewis asked to be frosted.
And so that was the area that Commissioner Lewis was concerned about, and why he asked for that window to be
From what I
frosted.
understood, yes.
And so then the way it's written now is exactly what Commissioner Lewis
Yes.
requested.
And he did mention in the hearing, and also when he spoke to the assistant city manager, that he did not intend on getting these windows frosted because he he did understand their desire for the views.
Are we?
Do you have a question?
Oh no, I didn't know if we were discussing with each other.
It is a discussion within the council. I mean, I'm looking at the view, and based on that second view, they just see the roofing of the house. I personally don't see any major intrusion. As a massive house, I mean, there are more than 30% of the coverage of lot size, so I don't see that as well.
I agree with you on that, Madam Mayor. I don't see a clear line of sight into the backyard, so I don't see that vision of intrusion.
And I 100% understand the concern of the neighbor. Okay, I understand because, okay, when I moved in, okay, my property 17, 18 years ago, when I decided to build, okay, the property, and I'm 2-story, my next door neighbor, okay, 1-story, and I try to explain to them, okay, because I need 2-story due to, okay, I wanted, okay, the elevation the house look like. So I went to talk to them, and I told them I will, okay, put the Italian cypress on the both sides. Okay, after 5 years, they grow 20 feet. Okay, block my next door, and we live harmony. Okay, we help each other. Okay, when I build in the house, they even help me to watch the property. But I 100% understand your concern about somebody building a house. Okay, it's going to intrude your privacy. And I just mentioned, okay, myself, okay, and my next door neighbor, both sides, all 1-story. But I explained to them. So I hope, okay, the applicant can kind of talk to the neighbor. Everybody live harmony together. Okay, based on what I see, I really don't see. They can see your swimming pool. I can see my neighbor's swimming pool. Okay, and I can see their backyard. But I told them I will plant the cypress, okay, and I did. Speaking truth, they didn't ask me to do it, but I still want to do it. I don't want to look into their backyard, okay, and okay, so that's what I did, okay, and I planned about, I forgot how many, but right now it's already huge, okay, more than 30 feet, okay, so you're really blocking a lot of privacy, but at the same time, right now it's kind of too tall, so I maybe need to trim it down to get some light coming inside the house. So, but again, what I want to say this, I really don't see any privacy compared with my neighbor that I really can over down to see them. So in that way, and then the commissioners already approved, and plus, okay, our planning managers, okay, already went there and went to the top, took the pictures. Okay, I don't see the swimming pool, and the view is gorgeous. Okay, I don't blame the applicant. I want to put a window because that's view to kill, because this is beautiful view. Okay, I hope I can have this kind of view, but it's very lucky for the builders, okay, or the homeowners. So I really don't see any reason, okay, to approve the appeal, okay, and rather than okay, let them to build this beautiful home.
Yeah, I did have, so on this image, the one that shows the view, I guess it's from Holland Crest, I guess they said, where they have outlined in red to show how the structure will look once built, like how big it would, is that accurate? Would we say once it's built, it will look, I mean, it's going to look large. Is that, would we say that's accurate? If I were to fill that in with...
Can I see that? I don't have a copy of it.
Oh, you can take mine. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, there you go.
So from this view, I don't perceive it as being accurate, entirely being accurate, because from this view, the proposed house, it appears to be higher than the existing house, and the way the story poles were built was they they didn't show the roof eaves and the slope of the roof. So they basically just put up poles at 27 feet high, and at the edge of where those second floor walls would be, so that would not be the accurate representation of the height of the second floor walls. So it does appear to be a lot larger than it would be.
Okay, so yeah, so all right. So the depiction here is larger than what it would look if it was an accurate rendition.
Yes.
Okay.
And also with the poles, you can't really tell depth with these pictures. So.
No other questions? So either motion in order to uphold the commissioner or overturn the planning commissioner's approval? Need a motion.
Can I move a motion to disapprove the appeal? Is that what it is?
No, no, it's a move the motion to oppose, the appeal, right?
I'd recommend a motion to adopt the resolution. So you have resolution number 2021-21 and then 2021-22. One is for the CUP, one is for your variant.
So to
the
approve
motion
the
would be to
project or approve the project or approve the appeal?
By adopting the resolutions, you're upholding the planning commission's decision.
Got it.
So it's a motion to uphold the planning commissioner, to adopt the resolution.
Okay. And I move to
adopt
the resolution.
We have
So is that
the motion?
I'll second the motion to adopt the resolutions.
okay, roll call.
So I just want to confirm I have a motion by Councilwoman Diaz to uphold the Planning Commission's decision with a second by Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos. Councilmember Tabatabai.
And excuse me, you said approve, right? Approve
or uphold, yes.
Approve, not opposed. Approve.
Uphold.
Oppose the appeal.
Uphold.
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 Uphold. Okay, got it. Uphold. I'm getting old. Okay.
Councilmember Tabatabai.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Uphold the planning commission.
Yes.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion approves 5-0. Okay, on to item number 13. The matter set for public hearing consists of an amendment to Chapter 26 of the West Covina Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. Will the city clerk verify that the proper legal notice has been given?
Proper notification has been given, Mayor.
Okay. So at this time, I shall open the public hearing on ordinance number 2480. There will first be the presentation of the staff report. Then we shall hear from those in favor of the proposal, then opposed. There will be first the presentation of the staff report, then we shall hear the comments from the public. So City Manager, who will present the staff report?
Our Planning Manager, Joanne Burns, will give the staff report.
Good evening again. I'll go ahead and begin with a bit of background. On October 2019, the governor signed a bunch of assembly bills and Senate bills that made it legal for all lots developed with residential to have accessory dwelling units. Previously, the city's municipal code only allowed accessory dwelling units on lots that are at least 10,000 square feet. So with the bill that was signed by the governor in October 2019, this prevented cities from developing their own standards pertaining to accessory dwelling units that did not comply with state code. On November 26, 2019, the Planning Commission initiated the code amendment, and on December 17, 2018, the City Council adopted an urgency ordinance in an attempt to make the city's ADU ordinance consistent with state law. And with the urgency ordinance, we included certain items in the ordinance that we felt that the state law did not address or regulate, that allowed the city to maintain some local control. However, on October 5th, 2020, the state's Department of Housing and Community Development contacted staff and informed the city that the state or the city's ADU ordinance or standards were not consistent with state law. This came about from a complaint from a resident who wishes to build an ADU and weren't allowed to do certain items that he felt he should have been allowed. So he contacted the state's HCD, and staff discussed the city's ordinance with HCD in detail and came up with the revised ordinance that was presented to the Planning Commission on December 8th, 2020. The Planning Commission adopted the resolution recommending that the City Council adopt the ADU ordinance in December 8, 2020. I'll go ahead and go over the draft changes. So this is the draft language for Section 26-685.30. So basically, the state said that we cannot limit the amount of bedrooms in an accessory dwelling unit to 2 bedrooms. So we have to allow a limited number of bedrooms. So we deleted that portion that limited it to 2 bedrooms. They also stated that all properties are allowed to have at least an 800 square feet accessory dwelling unit. So we added C. And as for D, they stated that there is no limitation on converting existing areas into accessory dwelling units. Draft language for Section 26-685.402. And this draft language is not based on consistency with state law, because according to state law, the city does have the right to provide addressing, whether or not the city would like to provide a separate address for accessory dwelling units, or to not require separate utility meters. However, the city did get a lot of complaints from residents and property owners who would like to construct accessory dwelling units and were not allowed to be issued a separate address because it conflicted with them being allowed to rent the accessory dwelling unit out to others due to not being the accessory dwelling unit not being able to receive mail from the post office. So this section is something that the City Council has the authority to make change, and the state does not mandate cities to make this change. However, I would like to point out, as far as addressing for multifamily residential developments, it's addressing for multifamily residential developments who wishes to build an ADU is required for safety reasons. For example, if the fire department received a call or the police department received a call in a multifamily residential apartment complex, they would need to be provided the apartment number in order to respond to the call properly. So this is not something that we can prevent apartment complexes from having a separate address for accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units. The other changes noted were we clarify that ADUs are allowed on all properties within residential uses, and it's not just zoning. There are certain residential properties or properties developed with residential uses that are not zoned R1 or multifamily. So the state says that we have to allow ADUs in areas that are developed with the residential uses. The state does not allow the city to regulate design. In the current code, it's written that windows and doors have to be located at least 10 feet from the property line. And also walls and fences are required. And the state says that we cannot regulate or require walls and fences. The ordinance also clarifies the definition of attached. Currently, junior ADUs have to be attached to the primary structure or the primary residential structure. And currently, the code requires that it be attached with a shared wall or living area wall. So if the garage is attached, the new code identifies that if the garage is attached to the existing house, and if the junior ADU is attached to the garage, then the junior ADU is then attached to the house. So attaching to the garage is considered a means of attachment to the primary structure. It also allows accessory dwelling units and attached accessory dwelling units and attached junior ADUs on any lot. Currently, if you were going to have a junior ADU and a regular ADU, the regular ADU has to be a detached structure. Another code change would be we cannot require the lender to sign the covenant. Initially, there was a concern about if the lender doesn't sign the covenant for the accessory dwelling unit, and if the house goes into foreclosure, the covenant becomes void because the lender never accepted the covenant. So the state says that we cannot require lenders to sign covenants. And another change is clarify second-story ADUs require an administrative use permit. So ADUs can be constructed on top of the existing house on the second floor level. And the state allows us to require a discretionary application such as an administrative use permit as long as it's identified in the code and as long as it's required for all two-story development on any residential property. So and that is the case. So we incorporated this in the draft ADU ordinance. Another change is ADUs are not subject to ADA requirements. So if on a single-family residential, ADA rules do not apply. So ADUs do not have to comply to ADA rules as well. With this, it is recommended that the City Council adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 26 of the Municipal Code to authorize accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units to be made consistent with state law requirements. If the City Council has any question, I'm available to answer. And also, from the City Attorney's Office, Baron is here. He is the ADU expert.
Any questions from City Council? Councilman Wu? Oh, you had a question? No questions.
Yeah. I have a question, okay? I know this is a mandate by the state with the ADU and all these things, and we comply with, yes? And we comply with some of the state and county and with our guideline, so we need to be uniform with that. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so otherwise we will be in trouble because state will sue us or something. Okay, but the one issue, I just listened to you, the problem is just the ADU, we're talking about additional numbers, so meaning 2757 become 2759. So we don't have to approve that, right?
No, you do not have to assign a separate address for accessory dwelling units.
So, so the state didn't require us to allow, because then you become 2 unit. So you have 2 address, then what? Then they can have a 2 gas meters, 2 power meters, okay, right?
That's correct.
So the R1 zoning become R2 because you become a 2 separate, and can they subdivide, become another unit?
They can't. Constructing an ADU does not allow you to subdivide the lot, but an ADU is a separate independent unit.
So it's still in the same lot.
It's on the same
become
lot.
a 2 unit. So meaning, okay, state didn't require us to allow people to make a second unit and additional power utility independently.
No, state law says that you cannot force somebody to have a separate
No. What I'm saying is this: the state didn't require us allow people to become because I don't think it's fair to the R1 zoning become a 2 unit, become R2. So meaning people build another ADU and they want another address, another utility. I don't think the resident want that. So I want to make sure we have the right to say, personally, I don't think that's fair to the homeowner living in the neighborhood to become R1, become like R2.
We do have the right to regulate.
We have the right, so that's why we're here today, right? So we decide what kind of guideline is to at least to protect some independency from the state.
Yes. When the ordinance went to the Planning Commission, currently we do not allow separate addresses, but the ordinance was revised to allow a separate address, but not a separate utility meter. But if the city council wants to make the change back to the original code, which is to not allow a separate address, that's something that the city council is able to do as well.
So state didn't require us to allow people so it's the city right to decide, do we want to have allow people to have a second address?
That's correct.
Okay, clear. Because I think at least we can protect a little bit. I know the state really wants us to become multiple unit in the single family house zoning. And I think a lot of residents doesn't want that happen that soon. I think we let them to build in some vacant land rather than build into a single family zoning area. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else had questions? I have now it's public. Is anybody who wishes to speak in favor?
Mayor, I received no speaker cards for this item.
Favor and opposition. No speakers at all?
Correct.
Okay, so I shall now close public comments portion of this hearing. Ask for any council discussion.
So currently, our planning commissioner approved they can have a different address?
Yes, may have a different address, but no separate utility meter.
And how the state requirement, can they have a second meter? Because when they have a second meter, they become 2 units. Do they allow some people to put the utility independently? Even without separate the lot, because 2 unit, 3 unit, 4 unit in the single family house is a 1 to 4 unit. So meaning it's still 1 lot, but they can have a 2, 3, 4 address. But now you build an ADU and then you make a different address, you become 2 unit on the single lot. So I want to know what, from the planning or from the city point of view, what you want us, the preference, should we approve what planning commissioner approved? They approved last year, right? When they approved this with a separate address.
They approved it with a separate address.
I know when.
This was last year in December with the previous planning commission.
Can I know why they approved the separate address? I mean, what was the reason behind that? Because that doesn't make sense. You have a separate address. You can add. I mean, there are certain places in the city, like in my street, where my next door neighbor, the neighbors around there, it skips an address. So technically, if we wanted to, they could put an address in the middle to fill in the numbers from in between.
Well, with a separate address, the way it would be addressed is with a B address rather than a numerical address. But the reason why the separate address was revised to allow the separate address rather than not allowing a separate address is because the city received feedback from a few property owners who were requesting separate addresses.
How many applicants want to separate address? Sound like more like an investor. They want to build, okay, and want to put on the second address so they can rent it out.
Yes.
And I prefer owner occupy because our city predominant owner occupy resident. So really no point to entertain the investor come to our city buying the property and then build ADU and try to make money and rent it out.
So initially, when we suggested not allowing a separate address in the initial urgency ordinance, the reasoning behind that is that you're still allowed to rent out your accessory dwelling unit, but if you don't have a separate address, the property owner or the occupant of the main house would be the person that would have control over the receiving of the mail and also, paying the utility bills. So they would rent to somebody that they trust or a relative rather than renting to just anybody on the street.
That makes sense. It's just the separate address. Usually if you have a separate address, that means it's a separate component, which then leads to separate utilities. So that's why it doesn't make sense. Because if you have like somebody they rent there, it's like renting a room, it's all under one compound. So that's why the separate address doesn't make sense.
Yes, that's the way it was initially written when we presented it the first time with the urgency ordinance. But when the Planning Commission reviewed it in December, that was changed to allow the separate address, but identify that the utility meters cannot be separated. But upon speaking to the building official, she stated that if you do not want to have a separate utility meter, it's best to restrict having a separate address because at times, since the city doesn't have its own utility company, the utility company will issue a separate utility meter at times without.
Joanne, I got it. We don't want to have a separate meter because this will become a 2-unit. But you in the single-family house, okay? Then unless we change the zoning, okay, it's R1. It's a single-family house, and you 2-unit, then you have to build 2. Okay, now it's ADU. Supposedly you only build no more than 1,200 square feet. If the main house bigger than 1,500. So my point is this: have you guys researched the impact if we allow ADU have a separate address? Because it sounds like a attraction for investor come to our city buying the property and building ADU and rent it out. Okay, and then you complicate our city service and everything. Okay, so have you researched the impact? Okay, because we really prefer the owner-occupied people moving our city, own the home, and the proud of ownership, and have their children go to our school. But if you go into the separate address, of course they want separate address, so it's easy for them to rent it out. So I don't know. Have you researched the impact of what that will be to our city? Okay, and should we protect? Okay, still, I don't know how the council,
currently,
what they think.
Currently, the city doesn't allow separate addresses, and applicants are still submitting applications for ADUs, and ADUs are still getting built without requiring a separate address. If the city council wants to prohibit issuing a second address or an address for the accessory dwelling unit or the junior accessory dwelling unit, the council can make that change.
Okay, I want to make a motion. I really want to go back to without separate address. ADU is accessible, okay, and living unit, okay, so dwelling, okay.
Accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah, so this meaning is for, okay, their relative, in-law, this and that, the kid, the parent, okay, it's not really intention for this out, okay.
I agree with you, Councilman Wu. I think that's a good modification to make.
Yeah, I think at least we protect some.
I think it will be effective.
Family house for people to move in as an owner occupied.
I agree. So
not
I'll second
buying
that motion.
Just try to investment and lease out.
Exactly. That's what would occur, I believe.
So I want to make a motion to approve, okay, and then modify. We allow, okay, the ADU with their separate address, and then, of course we allow any utility. ADU is ADU.
Madam Mayor, yeah, the motion would be to give first reading to this ordinance with Councilmember Wu's recommended changes. Yeah.
So we're amending that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I move the motion. I need a second.
I second.
Okay. Roll call.
Mayor, before I give roll call, I'm going to read the title of the ordinance into the record. Ordinance number 2480, an ordinance of the City Council of West Covina, California, amending portions of Chapter 26 of the Municipal Code to authorize accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units consistent with state law requirements. I have a motion by Councilmember Wu with modifications and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos. Councilmember Tabatabai.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
I will allow separate address, right?
With the amendment.
Okay.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, now on to item 14.
Ooh, we're moving along.
The matter set for public hearing is the consideration of the proposed fiscal year 2020 to 2024 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, consolidation plan. Will the city clerk verify the proper legal notice has been given?
Mayor, proper notice has been given.
Okay, so at this time, I shall open the public hearing on the FY 2020 to 2024 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, consolidated plan. There will first be the presentation of the staff report. Then we shall hear comments from the public. City manager who will present the staff report.
Kelly McDonald would give this report.
All right, go ahead, Kelly. All yours. Oh, we can't hear you. Can't hear you. Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Good evening. This hearing concerns the 2020-2024 Community Development Block Grant CDBG Consolidated Plan. The city receives an annual grant of CDBG funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The CDBG program works to ensure decent, affordable housing, to provide services to the most vulnerable in our communities, and to create jobs through the expansion and retention of businesses. As a recipient of these funds, the city is required to prepare a consolidated plan that guides the intended use of grant funds over a 5-year period. In recent years, the city has used CDBG funds for such activities as the Domestic Violence Victim Advocate, which is employed in the police department, the Senior Meals Program, Business Assistance Loan Program, Housing Preservation, capital projects, and public services, including food banks, Meals on Wheels, and services to the homeless. The consolidated plan development process requires 2 public hearings. On March 17th, 2020, the City Council approved the prioritization of community needs on which the plan is based. The prioritization is shown in Table 1, and the categories are more fully described in Attachment Number 1. Now, relative to the priority level, relate to the intended use of the CDBG funds. High indicates that funds will be used to address the need. Medium is a may be expended to address the need, and low is will not be expended. The proposed consolidated plan is included as attachment number 2 to this report. Over the 5-year period, staff estimates resources in the amount of a little over $5.1 million, including unobligated funds from prior years. Table 2 shows the proposed strategic plan budget and intended use of these funds. To be clear, City Council may amend priorities, activities, and funding with proper public notice at any time during the term of the plan. Table 3 shows a 1-year action plan budget for 2020-2021. This year, the city will receive a little over $805,000 in CDBG funds, and with additional program income received from repayments to the Home Improvement Loan Program, we estimate a little over $905,000 in resources. So this nearly $1.5 million budget for 2020-2021, the difference will be made up with unobligated funds from prior years. Now, Table 4 shows the 2020-2021 action plan funding, including unexpended balances and activities that have been carried forward. Activities with carryover budgets are designated in Table 4 with an asterisk, a single asterisk. For example, the business assistance and housing preservation programs will occur in this fiscal year with previously allocated funds, which will be carried forward. The beginning of the fiscal year, the business assistance program carried over a balance of nearly $325,000, and the housing preservation program carried over a balance of nearly $105,000. Likewise, an activity to replace sliding doors at the senior center was previously funded for $100,000, and it has been carried forward. Activities number 1 and 2 in this table were included in the improved CIP budget, and $1 million is included for improvements at Friendship Park, which is located in Park District H, the only district meeting CDBG eligibility requirements at this time. A description of the public service providers is included as attachment number 3 to avoid impact to the general fund. Staff earmarked funding for city administered projects at the levels requested by the individual departments. The city projects are designated with a double asterisk in Table 4. A decrease in the CDBG funding to these programs would result in an increased burden on the general fund to maintain the current service levels. Staff has also recommended funding for the Housing Rights Center. As a CDBG subrecipient, HUD requires grantees to provide services that promote and support housing rights in the community. Funding the Housing Rights Center addresses this requirement. Staff recommends funding for the projects numbers 7 through 11 as shown in Table 4. The balance of the public service applicants were evaluated by the CDBG Ad Hoc Committee of the Community and Senior Services Commission. The Ad Hoc Committee recommended funding for applicants at the applicants' requested levels for projects number 12, 15, and 18. Projects 13, 14, 16, and 17, they're denoted by a triple asterisk in the table. They were not recommended for regular CDBG funding. This is because the 4 providers received CDBG COVID funds when the city received money through the CARES Act. And at the recommendation of the ad hoc committee, these providers were funded with CDBG COVID funds at or in excess of the requests that they had made through the regular CDBG process. So, let's see. Sorry. Notice of the public hearing was published on February 26th. The draft was available for a 30-day review. Due to COVID availability, it was only electronic, and no comments were received. City Council has the following options to approve the staff recommendation or provide alternative direction. Staff recommendation is that the City Council approve the 2020-2024 Consolidated Plan and accompanying budget amendment. That concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Questions from the council?
My question, CDBG fund formula, how they calculate, because we need to update our CDBG fund calculation. And the reason is because based on my discussion with our Congresswoman Rep. Joey at Washington, D.C., he said the reason we only, and the 120,000 population, we only receive less than $20 million of our COVID release fund because the CDBG, hard calculation about our city compared with Pasadena, 145,000 population, take up $52 million. And I say, we only like 30,000 population less than Pasadena. And how they get $52 million, we only get less than 20. I think we get less even with El Monte, even Bowen Park. So we want to see, he said, because our CDBG formula need to update. So meaning how we work with HUD. So have you researched about how our CDBG, calculation, with our current, standard? So we need to update because it sounds like we have to update for a long time. So we need to update so in that way we don't get shortchanged from federal assistance that desperately our city needed. So have you looked into the formula to update to Washington, D.C. from HUD?
I've looked into what makes up that formula. I'm sorry I don't have that in front of me. There are age of the housing stock, the amount of the population living in poverty. That's
correct. They're talking about the poverty and there's West Covina, our resident poverty no less than Pasadena. But Pasadena has a large rich area. They have a lot of, their budget is almost $1 billion and our budget only $124 million. So how can they get $52 million with the poverty of the CDBG calculation and our city much less? So I think we got shortchanged. I think we need to get into our CDBG formula, update our city poverty level. So in that way we can get a fair share from the state or federal government when they give us the share. Right now I think we got shortchanged big time.
I will research that further and reach out to our field office and see how.
And you need to talk to the Washington, D.C. with Joey. I talked to him numerous times because I was fighting about this $20 million less compared with Pasadena 2.5 times than us. And it's so unfair, and how can Pasadena has more poverty than us? I think we have a lot of poverty in our city. If you talk to the school district, 70% of children need assistance with a lunch, all that kind of service. So meaning we need federal and state assistance based on our population. We need to update our population, because I think a lot of number is overblown the proportion of our income.
I'll look into that. I'm sorry. Are you speaking of the stimulus? The stimulus money that
I'm talking about the COVID release fund from the state, and that is currently we only receive less than $20 million proposally. We haven't got it yet. But we compare with Pasadena, it's a $52 million. But our population is not that huge difference. We only like 20,000, 24,000 population. And then their budget is much higher than ours, meaning what? They have more income. They have income is $900 million, almost $1 billion income, and we only have $124 million income. So our budget based on our income, so we can provide a service, and Pasadena based on their $1 billion of income, so they can provide more service.
If I may, Mayor? Sure. I understand the concern by the council member, understand completely. The Housing Community Development Act was adopted initially in 1974, and the regulations governing it are embodied in the Code of Federal Regulations. We work through our local Los Angeles area office, and they've assigned us a community planning and development representative. And then there's also a director of the Los Angeles area office, which would be 2 steps before we got to Washington, D.C. But let me look into this. I take your point, and I'll get a meeting with the appropriate people and see if we can't get answer to those questions about the formula. It has implications beyond this. It also has implications for the Recovery Act, and that might be a bigger importance to us. I understand.
Yeah, but hold on, let me finish it, please. Okay, Joey told me, okay, we need to, okay, appear in our number, so in that way we have a chance to get a proper, okay, assistance. Otherwise, we were stuck with this number forever and ever, and it's not fair to our city situation. Sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
I wanted to follow up on regards to that because I'm looking at the proposal that was prepared for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And I know on the introduction, you mentioned West Covina, the incorporation, and pretty much it looks like it only ends by, 50,000 resident or the 2010 census. So my question is, do we request CDBG funds, and do we give them the numbers to HUD of what our current status is, and are they aware of the population, the needs, the breakdown, and everything?
The HUD formula is based on a number of factors, including census data, which is always a lag. But the point being made is we have to apply according to their system. West Covina is fortunate to be a direct entitlement city, so we get the money without having to go through the urban county program, so that's a big factor in our stead. But I think the way to answer that question is to get first a meeting with the CPD rep, and then maybe the director of the Los Angeles office, together with our congressional office, and we will follow up and take your direction to do so.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that our data and everything has been updated for our current city of West Covina, because just based on reading this, I think it's been, short. Yeah, it said short change on that. Yeah. Councilman Tabatabai?
Yeah. So just on that, so a big part of the calculation though is would be on the amount of the population that's concentrated in high poverty. Correct? That would impact the amount of CDBG funds you would receive.
Well, there's several factors in the formula, and certainly poverty is one of the indices, and they want you to principally benefit people of low and moderate income means. The question being asked tonight, though, is how many of those do we really have?
Right.
I'm going to try and get behind those numbers with our HUD rep.
Right. So just in case, so the discrepancy that could be occurring in Pasadena is because Pasadena has, the large wealth that Councilman Wu's talking about, but also has extreme poverty in certain areas because of redlining and racial covenants and those types of issues from historic. So so HUD is really kind of focused on that. Am I correct on the wealth poverty?
On here, it actually says HUD determines that by community need, including
Right.
the extent of poverty, but population, housing overcrowding, age of housing, and population growth lag in relation to other metropolitan areas.
Right. So that's what I was saying. Right. So the poverty and the concentration, right, in certain areas of Pasadena would drive those different kinds of numbers. Right. So I mean, population comparison isn't necessarily going to give you the apples to apples.
That's true.
Kelly.
It's a
age of housing and the population growth also is a factor. But,
right, but
on our end, we just want to make sure that those are being given to them.
No, I completely understand. I just don't want to send off a false. I'm really asking of Kelly because I want to make sure that city staff is giving us accurate information.
Yes, that is a component.
Before Kelly, you respond there, I want to, I think here is, I think we have a lot of poverty in our city too, because we have a lot of Section 8, apartment, this and that. So we cannot be just because Pasadena have a high concentration. We think our city have a high concentration poverty too. When you drive around, you see some of the poverty, Section 8, and that is really need help. So we here try to and get our fair share. And I don't think here we try to argue how they calculate Pasadena. I don't think you are the rep from Pasadena. I think you're the rep from West Covina. How can we get more of assistance come to our city?
So I understand, but I also understand that city staff put together a presentation, and I believe from the presentation, I mean, I understand the difference based on the presentation. So I guess I'm asking Kelly just to clarify, so that way, you know, the public understands why there's a difference. It's one thing for us to want to get our fair share, which I think is clear, but to send off a narrative that we are somehow getting shortchanged, well, I want to make sure that we're telling a true narrative. So that's why I'm asking Kelly. Kelly, could you clarify again on the calculations of CDBG and why possibly a city of Pasadena?
Well, I don't want to speculate on the difference, but it was, as the mayor read, those are components of the formula, and those are weighted at various things, which I don't have in front of me. Be happy to research it and get that to you in a weekly, how those arrived at. And we'll, as the city manager said, we'll look into it further with our field rep and our field office as to be able to explain the difference.
So basically, okay, we just request the city with our CDBG update, okay, with our current population, okay, and our current survey, our poverty with our residents, okay, so we can hopefully get a fair share. I think this agree with you. Mm-hmm. We want to get a true number rather than the old number. Right now, it's back in like 30 years ago. Once upon a time, West Covina is really rich. I understand. After demographic change, and we really have we really need to update our number so we can. That's what Washington D.C. told me. Joey told me, say, try to update your number and try to work on so they can update their calculation so we can get our fair share. That's the suggestion from Washington D.C.
Yeah, and the only reason why I mentioned it is because I'm reading the report and I didn't see our population and our figures on here. So I just, you know, as the introduction, I mean, it gives a little bit of how many residents we've had in the 1940s, you know, or 1930s, and how it grew to the 60s and, you know, significantly by the time of 2010 census. So I just wanted to make sure that it's updated with our current population, and I want to make sure it's the accurate one, because I know on, like, for example, county, on the vaccination for West Covina, it says our population is 86,000. Mm-hmm. So I want to make sure it's an accurate, they get the current, or wherever they get it, they just need to make sure it's the accurate current consensus.
Madam Mayor, I just want to, city staff actually, and I brought this up to the city manager, made a mistake during that presentation. The county's 86,000 number is based on adults 18 and over. The 105,000 census number includes children. So city staff actually made the error in their presentation. It was not county that had made the mistake.
It's on there. Well, that's
right. Yes.
A different topic, because I've personally asked them and they didn't answer me.
It said on the presentation that they did. It said 18 and over.
Go ahead and
can we focus?
We'll move forward.
I just wanted to make sure that the mayor wasn't misled.
I want to focus on CDBG. This is totally out of line, talking about some other subject. I want to ask question regarding the home improvement, and
point of order. Point of order.
I haven't finished. Please let me finish.
Point of order.
Can I have a floor?
Point of order. I have a point of order.
Point of order. So my thing finished. Don't interrupt me again.
I have a point of order.
Councilman Tabatabai, this is my meeting, okay?
Recognize Councilman Tabatabai.
Would you please just quiet?
Already calm. We already stopped that topic. Okay, and now we're going back to the subject at hand.
Why you always want to confrontation now?
Councilman Wu is going back.
I'm halfway talking about my question, and this is my floor.
And
after I finish, you can talk about your thing. So I'm asking about,
going back to the CDBG.
Thank you.
I
want to talk about CDBG. Would you please just be quiet? Let me finish my thing, and then you can go to follow my speech.
You address.
Okay,
Point of order.
We wanted to cancel. We're stopping the whole county thing because you mentioned we're done. We're done with the county thing. We're going back to CDBG. He has a question about the CDBG.
I want to have a censure with our council to continue to erupt and disrupt our meeting. We want to focus, move on, but continue, using this way to kind of harass us. I'm halfway. I'm asking the CDBG, and you want to cut me off. No, I want to finish with my CDBG.
CDBG, if you have questions in regards to CDBG.
I want to ask about CDBG regarding the, assisting for fixed income people. Remember, we talk about housing, the priority should be high. And how much, amount we have to help the fixed income people, and including, lower income, so they can apply. I think $10,000 for them to fix their property, including the installation, air condition, because West Covina has a lot of old home. So is that a higher priority?
The home housing preservation program, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that's being funded with a carryover balance of approximately $105,000. The loans are $10,000 currently.
And how many people apply last year to have this program so they can upgrade their home with the installation or the window single panel become a double panel so they can have energy saving?
Energy savings, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of how many.
But how many percentage we give to the home improvement for the the people can apply?
They get
it's a $10,000 loan.
$10,000, but you should have a percentage, right? For the HUD, you have maybe $1 million or $500,000 reserved for the people to apply.
I mean, I do see here that we have $500,000 for housing preservation program. So that is in 4 years divided by 4, right?
Yeah, over the course of the 5 years, yes. There's not a percentage for that specifically. There are statutory limits on the administration and the public services. That's not a capped. The housing preservation program doesn't fall under a capped program.
So only $500,000 for 4 years?
Is that for 4 years or is it yearly, the proposed funding?
No, that's for the 5-year period.
5 years for $500,000?
Yes.
So only $100,000 a year?
Correct.
And it only like 10 houses?
Correct.
I think we should increase.
Well, first question is how many actually apply and how many do they utilize that whole budget? I know that CDBG funding is very helpful. I know family members who took advantage of that to, with anything in regards to their house to upkeep and help preserve. But do you have the updates of how many actually utilize it and if it's a need?
Oh, sorry.
Because I know they use it for like energy efficient, updating their AC or their insulation, windows. So it's put to use.
Yes. We do have 2 funding sources for the program. So part of it comes from the CDBG funds. It is an up to $10,000 limit currently. And it does depend on the individual homeowner and the improvements that they're seeking. Sometimes their improvements are $15,000 for like new roofs, and we give them up to the $10,000. Or sometimes it's $5,000 if they only are doing like their driveway or landscaping. So it depends on the individual homeowner how much they're taking out. But currently, it is a maximum up to $10,000. Part of the program funds also go towards. Part of the loan also includes lead abatement testing, and if they do require any lead abatement, that can be part of their loan as well.
The question is whether they're utilizing the full amount. Like, are they maximum? Do we need to?
And I'm sorry, I don't have those figures, but the majority of them do use up the $10,000.
No, not the individual. The current. I mean, like you have $125,000 that is allocated. Is $125,000 being fully used?
We have not gotten. We've not depleted the full $100,000 in a year basis. Part of it too is that as home with interest rates low, people are refinancing, so we're getting a lot of those program funds back into the account.
Okay. I was just checking if it's still at a need.
But okay, can I follow up? Okay, so if we have so many 10,000 for only allow 10 people a year, how many people apply and really can get through of this program? Because we have thousands of home. You can see we have a lot of old home, a lot of houses really need an upgrade. So I don't know in the percentage wise. Because we have a lot of seniors and they live in the very old home and they have no air conditioning, they have no insulation. So, I know it. So how can we help them to apply and upgrade their living standard?
So we do average between 10 to 20 loans that we provide a year. Once again, we have two different funding sources, and the CDBG, I believe, is the less restrictive as far as the income limits. So that's the one that we are able to qualify more individuals, but they do have to meet certain income limits to qualify for the program.
So it's not that easy to apply. I know somebody applied. I think Lowy Johnson applied. He got it. Okay, I think he fixed some of the. I remember he told me that. So it's not really that difficult to apply, right?
No, it's just you have to qualify based on the
senior. The income is not there, so they can apply. So we can give them the funding to fix up their insulation or window or air condition. I know a lot of they have an air conditioning issue. The air condition broke, so maybe you can help them to use the CDBG, and apply the AC to fix their thing. And I remember this happened 2 years ago, and the senior has a major issue with air conditioning, and she is really sick.
Yeah, we could definitely take a look at the program guidelines and see if we can.
So we can kind of increase and promote, have people to utilize this program rather than give $250,000 for some restaurant. I think they're totally wasted. I think we should utilize this for the people really need. And can we change? So if you have more people apply, can we change the proportion to have more people to give them not maybe $200,000 a year for this year? Can we do that if we have more people to apply?
I think we'd have to. I refer that to Kelly.
I'm sorry, increase the allocation or
allocation for why not you only have $100,000 a year, any 10 houses, because 10 houses for compare with our 10,000 of home.
Right. Well, you certainly can. The program is currently funded by the carryover balance, so we have had a carryover balance the past couple of years.
For so many years accumulate, so we have enough money.
Right. It's good, and they're not utilizing the full maximum capacity. They have.
I'm done.
We can come back and amend the budget if we see an increase in
There's a
those.
Need, increase. If not, we're good. Right. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? No.
Well, second.
Madam Mayor,
Oh yeah, it's public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to speak in favor or in opposition in this?
Madam Mayor, I have no speaker cards for speaking on this item. I do have 3 cards who are in opposition, and through the mayor, I'd like to read their names into the record.
Sure. Do they state why?
They do state why. I can read that as well.
Just curious.
We have an opposition to the item from Peter Dien. He states that there is not enough money for fair housing. Gabriel Rodriguez is opposed to the item. He believes the public still has many questions about the priority spending and would like them clarified. And Yusuf Arifin is opposed to the item. If you recognize 411 families that are, his writing is unclear, but he believes that we should reevaluate our priorities.
Well, I know the CDBG program is very crucial and extremely beneficial to those that need it. So obviously they have to hit a certain criteria. They can't just qualify. So if you're wealthy and you want to get into this, you can't. It's those who do need it. So they presented this. I know the Community and Senior Service Commissioner, they deal with their priorities there, and it's being sent, which I did see it on here. So they have those priorities set. So again, the CDBG program is a very great program that the at-most needs for this. So thank you. Anything else? Any other? No? So that closes public comment and portion of this hearing. And so this is for council discussion. Apparently, I guess we already discussed, unless you have other things you guys wanted to discuss.
Move to approve, please.
No? Okay, move.
Second.
Roll call.
I have a move to approve with Councilman Wu and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos. Councilmember Tabatabai.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Okay, on to item number 15. The matter set for public hearing is the adoption of Ordinance 2478 and Ordinance 2479 relating to establish a local health department. Will the city clerk verify the proper legal notice has been given?
Mayor, proper notice has been given.
Okay, so at this time, I shall open the public hearing on the consideration of two ordinances related to establishing a local health department. There will first be the presentation of staff report, then we shall hear comments from the public. City manager, who will present the staff report?
Paulina Morales will be presenting this report tonight.
Okay, go ahead, proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before you tonight, there's two action items. The public hearing for Ordinance 2478, exempt position for the health director or health officer. These are necessary steps to move forward with establishing a West Covina Health Department. City staff, along with Dr. Basil, medical consultant, is developing a framework for West Covina's health department. As stated, there are more steps between tonight's action on the two ordinances and the state approval of West Covina's health department. Like I said, the two ordinances are Ordinance 2478 for the health officer and Ordinance 2479 adopting by reference LA County Code provisions. The public hearing tonight is Ordinance 2478. It amends Section 1, adding the public health director to the city's municipal code. The position is exempt. The term exempt employee refers to a category of employees set out in the Fair Labor Standards Act. Exempt employees do not receive overtime pay. Other exempt positions include elected officers, members of boards and commissions, city manager and assistant city manager, police, fire chief, planning director, and other directors in City Hall. The next steps for the health officer would be a Human Resources Commission meeting tomorrow, where the commission will review the scope and job description, and then we would hopefully bring it back to the council for your final approval in May, one of the May council meetings. The second item is the Ordinance 2479, adopting by reference the county health code provisions. The act will repeal and replace existing provisions of Article 2 of Chapter 13 of West Covina's Municipal Code, and it'll adopt by reference the county health code provisions. It would amend West Covina's Municipal Code July 1st, 2021. Brief overview of Chapter 13 of the the proposed West Covina Health Code. These are just a brief, like I said, overview. The city has not updated the health code since 1975. The ordinance adopts the entirety of the county's provisions and only includes minor amendments to the county's code relating to penalties and fees, which cannot be adopted by reference. The first section is purpose, why we're doing it. Second is adoption of county code and licensing provisions. Interpretation, so where in the county code it references the county, it would really be West Covina or city, just a reference. The numbering of the code too, we would be adding 13-20-1 before the county code to make it a West Covina code. amendments to County Health Code, so the fee schedule and service fee charges that we would be bringing back the fee schedule. Section 26, that's penalties for violation, criminal and administrative penalties for violating the West Covina Health Code provisions. And then the last section is for penalties for late fee payments. Then there's also the LA County Code Division 1 of Title II, the Health Code. And so these are different sections that are included in the Health Code provisions that will be adopted by reference. And then these are additional Division 1 of Title 8 Public Health Licenses. So these would be as well adopted by reference in our Health County Code. The provisions of the ordinance being considered this evening ensure the city's public health regulations are up to date. The formatting and chaptering are consistent with county code provisions. All legal prerequisites prior to the adoption of the city ordinance have been met. And this is similar to the previous presentation or slide that was provided in the last presentation. Today's action is the second hearing for the health officer position and the public hearing for the adoption by reference of the code provisions. Tomorrow is the Human Resources meeting for approval of the health officer position. If approved by the commission, as mentioned, it'll come back to the city council for approval. Incorporating the health department section into the city's annual budget. Request for proposals, qualifications for staffing, which has been released. Adopt a fee schedule, and then lastly, state approval. This evening, the City Council is considering an ordinance providing regulations and standards. These regulations and standards equal or exceed all applicable state laws. Next steps will rely on best practice to achieve great well-being, improved health outcomes, reduced cost, and increased civic pride. If Council has any questions, staff's here to answer.
Council, do you have any questions? Now we'll open it up to public comment for the public if they wish to comment on this item.
Mayor, before I call the speakers, I just want to let you know there is one opposed. Ms. Jerry Patras, table and conduct a complete needs assessment and cost analysis before providing any further action. Our first speaker is Angie Gillingham, followed by Dana Sykes, followed by Frederick Sykes.
Oh, this is a convenient hour. Anyways, here's my futile attempt to understand this. As many of us read on March 28th in the local paper, the San Diego Tribune, should I take out my mask? I'm sorry. As many of us read on March 28th in the local paper, the piece on Pasadena's health department. In recent years, the department watched as its funding dwindled. They were forced to lay off and make reassignments. They stated this wasn't due to the city cutting off funding. The health department doesn't receive any money from the general plan. Their health department is dependent on grants, like many other health departments throughout our state. A few years ago, the grants ran out, so they found themselves overextended with more employees and programs than it could afford, losing $2 to $3 million on average a year. Pasadena has many more employees to look for grants than we do, and yet they still fail to source enough money to cover their costs to run their health department. There are a high number of grant applications applied for, but not all are successful. So they are considering hiring a full-time person that specializes in grant matter expertise. Sounds like we'll have to consider hiring another person to cover that need. A Pasadena councilman stated that he sees a time when he believes there will be a need to put general fund dollars into the health department, although they know that if the city were to cover the cost, other programs would be cut. Lastly, under the job description that was posted on our city website for public officer, under essential functions. This position is responsible, it states, this position is responsible for enforcing local health orders and ordinances and regulations prescribed by the state health department, health service, and state relating to public health. Can someone please tell me how this differs from enforcing the state regulations that the county health department has been doing for 2020? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dana Sykes, followed by Frederick Sykes, followed by R. Robinson.
Good evening. West Covina Health Department. One thing when I listen to the expert that is helping the city with this, he says he will work for free, but then he will also then say, but it'll be for cost. Well, as any time you've gone to a doctor or you go to a lawyer, you pay what's called an office fee, which means you're paying for their time. So his cost is his time. So he's not doing it for free. I just want to put that out there right away. You know, and when we compare ourselves to Pasadena and compare ourselves to Long Beach, we're not. We're a bedroom community. Long Beach has the ports. They get a ton of money from the ports. Pasadena has JPL as well as other businesses. We have strip malls, malls, and auto malls. Not the same. So where's our money coming from? Grants. I don't know if any of you have ever been on a nonprofit board. I have. I've applied for grants, and I've sent out numerous letters. Once you get the first bite back on that grant, you have tons more paperwork to do. So if this expert doctor is going to be doing these grants, we're not going to be getting any money. I refer to it as fishing. I'm a volunteer with the Lions Club. I sent out 100 letters for our Night on the Town. I might get back 25% response from that. Some are no's and some are donations. I send the same 100 letters out the next year. I might get a different 25%. You don't know what you're getting. It's very unreliable. And if we're trying to set up a plan with money that we don't know whether or not we're going to get, it's not feasible and it's not very fiscally prudent. I want to point out the fact that West Covina got a grant in 2011 for $3 million for 12 firefighters. Do you know how long we employed those 12 firefighters? 2 years. That's all the money. Then the money ran out. How are we going to do the same thing with this? We're going to spend all this time and energy, money, setting up a health department, and in 2 years we can't get money. We close it down. Doesn't make sense. You're here to be fiduciary responsible representatives for the residents, not for a guy who wants more power. What does our city need? We need police. All of you I've seen on Facebook, except for Mrs. Diaz, I've seen you on Facebook. You see residents complaining about cars being broken into. Just next door in Valinda, they seem to have a shooting a week. We had a shooting in West Covina over off at Amar and Azusa. What do we need? We need police. And what are we doing about that? Why aren't we putting energy into getting more police on our streets so that the residents don't have to worry about the guy walking down the street with the backpacks not jacking up their cars or their mailboxes? You know, and we need city staff that's accessible to residents. Right now, everything's contracted out, and we're going to contract out this health department too, which again makes no sense. Another thing we need to worry about: homeless is a problem throughout, and we need solutions. Not just say tell the police to go grab him and shove him in Baldwin Park. And you got to think about it. What's the legality of all this? We seem to have no plan, no budget, and got to wonder, if you make a mistake that's this huge, there were people in Bell that the mayor and the city manager may have been doing the dealings, but the ones that were sitting on the bench that approved of what their dealings without doing their fiduciary responsibility, they also went to jail. So you might want to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Frederick Sykes, followed by R. Robinson, followed by J.D.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, members of the audience. I'm Frederick Sykes, 42-year resident, retired LA County Deputy Sheriff, also former mayor of this city. I want to reiterate that this is not free. You've been saying it over and over. It's going to be for free. It's ridiculous. Just look at the staff. That's the first thing. So I'm going to reiterate it. It's already been said. I'm going to say it again. Staff cost. And I don't know what the city attorney costs, but he's involved in this too. So it ain't free. Now, it's paid, currently our public health is paid through our property taxes to the county. We're not getting that back, folks. Even if you do establish a health department here, the county's not going to give that back. Maybe you can take them to court, which is going to again be more money. But right now the county says they're keeping the money. And it's been said before, and I'm going to say it again. Your highest priority should be the people. You convince them to trust and vote for you, and they pay the bills that allow you to govern. With the city's current situation, establishing an expensive, unnecessary, and unfunded City of West Covina Health Department is not in the best interest of the taxpayers. Unfunded means you cannot afford it. And furthermore, it's been said earlier, grants. That's how you plan to fund this. That's a gamble. And I also want you to please take a tour of the bathroom right across the hall from the entryway to the chambers. Have the police, the ladies, please have the police secure it and clear it for you so you can go inside and see. It's atrocious, and it's been that way for quite a while. There's some urinals that are missing in there. There's some towel and some other things. So before you make that vote, please go look and see how the place looks where you work. So if we can't maintain and keep our bathrooms up to date, how are we going to make this quantum leap to we're going to have a phonable health department with no money? We need to put our basics in order, and we need to build back our city. Now, there may be some restorative funds that are coming from the federal government. I hope you think long and hard about what is best, again, what is best for the residents. This unnecessary health department, or working to restore the services that have been lost. I've been living here since 1978, and we had a wall of police. Sometimes when I drove home, I would get stopped in my own neighborhood, and I didn't mind. I was happy to see the police. Now, they're like a unicorn. We don't see them in the same fashion we used to. We don't see the preventive police service. So, folks, I'm asking you to please take another look at what you're doing. Look at what's important. Public safety, school safety, restoring our services so that we can enjoy what we pay taxes for, so that when our friends come, we're not embarrassed by potholes. And landscape maintenance is not properly maintained. Please, I ask the ladies, take a look. look at the bathroom, and reconsider. Thank you for your time.
Robinson, followed by Mr. DeRue.
Good evening, Council. Bill Robinson, resident. During the public hearings, I was impressed by how much you folks don't seem to understand. Attached garages and unattached garages and frosted bathroom windows and rebuttals to the frosted bathroom window issues. You folks already have considerable power. I'm really impressed with your ambition because you want to add Article 5 administrative health officers that we don't need. You can continue to misunderstand public health licenses, consumer protection, business and wage regulations, public health issues. This is going to add to your tablet of more things for you to misunderstand. You folks are already way over your heads, and I'm really impressed with your ambition here. But this is a weird, eccentric diversion of city staff time. You're running around in circles doing something. I mean, you're going to be the laughing stock of everybody in West Covina if you don't cut this out. There's no crying need for a health department. We need a functioning West Covina Police Department. We need a functioning fire department. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Some residents actually believe this. Most of us do a lot better if we're left alone, living our life with no government inputs or outside interference. Frosted bathroom windows? Strive for this goal, not expanding your city bureaucracy at our expense. You can pay for this. We can't pay for this gambit, and good government is small government. Keep West Covina small and focused. You don't need to be running off in all kinds of different directions. How is the new county health department going to be funded by a nearly bankrupt city? If you cut the police and fire department staff to pay for part of this, West Covina residents aren't going to like it. I mean, it looks like you're functioning on wild optimism, but for a practical person, you can see right off that the public health officers and public health licenses and consumer protection powers, we don't need that here. And if we did need it, we couldn't afford it anyway. Anyway, you folks decided to leave Inland Valley and move into county, and you want to excise county powers for the health department while we're going back into health county animal control jurisdiction. I don't think a couple of you councilmen, there's going to be an election, are going to be here to find out that what you did isn't going to save any money. We're better off with the services out of Pomona. But the council will be different, and they'll find out that, you made another wrong decision. Your actions have no logic, make no sense. You're, as I said, moving into county animal control. This is a schizophrenic policy. Into county, out of county, into county, out of county. You're wasting staff time. Any grants that we land must be used to help us achieve financial stability, not diverted into county health department rat holes. At least the county health department boondoggle is fully funded and paid for. This is not paid for. This is a weird, eccentric diversion of city staff for no purpose whatsoever. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Mr. Giroux.
Well, I think many of the things that have been said are correct. I prefer to use the word crowding. I think this is going to crowd out many of the services that the city currently provides. Police and fire, I think, will be impacted greatly by going forward with this endeavor of a health department. I feel like I come into this podium and I've come into a meeting where I'm really not being listened to. I see sitting out there, some people on their phones, some making faces, total disregard for the opinion of the residents. That's disrespectful as I was to Mr. Wu. I have yet to hear why we need a health department. The one that came closest to that is Mr. Wu. On that Wednesday of the special meeting at 4 o'clock, Mr. Wu said, the reason we need a health department is in the event of a second, or better said, another pandemic. He said, the way we can afford this is by a regional effort. In fact, he said he reached out to other cities and that they were happy to get on board with this. They were excited. My question to Mr. Wu is, to the city manager, how many of those other cities have shown commitment? How many of those cities have submitted a letter of separation to the county from tonight? Do we have a commitment from any of these cities? Why is it that West Covina, a very large city, financially strapped, is taking on this responsibility and telling the residents that it's going to be a regional, a collaborative effort within the San Gabriel Valley, but not one city in San Gabriel that I know of has separated from the county. Maybe, Mr. Tabatabai, you're privileged to those closed sessions, or the rest of you council members, maybe you might want to share that with us tonight. Let the residents know that you're not doing this all on your own accord, that you actually do have Azusa and Pomona and all these surrounding cities on board with you. This is going to crowd out services exactly like our pension liability is doing and doing to many cities. You guys should pick up the paper once in a while and see what Newport Beach, Anaheim, Yorba Linda, what they're doing. They're paying down that unfunded liability. They're making that extra payment to improve their city's finances. We're doing completely the opposite. We are spending money hand over fist like crazy. Finally, I want to say that, if you are so lucky to actually put this together, neither the city manager nor any of you council members will be on that dais. It'll be years from now before this happens, but we will be up to our necks in gators in terms of finance. Thank you, and I wish this would have been on the number one on the agenda. Have a good evening.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
so I shall now close public comments portion of this hearing and ask for council discussion. Would you like to say, Council?
Yeah, I have some concerns. So, as of July 1st, the County Department of Health has stated that they legally have the right to begin charging the city of West Covina for public health services. And so that's one major concern I have. I have another concern is that one of the main arguments to separate from LA County was lack of data or poor data. And I was extremely disappointed by the March 16th meeting that city staff that we're saying will provide us with better data provided us with really bad data. They misread the chart. The chart about the population was clear that the 86,215 was referring to adults 18 and over. And the census data they provided is for all the population of West Covina, which includes children. And so I'm really concerned because we have an understaffed city government. We're understaffed in human resources. We're understaffed in finance. The city manager is wearing many hats. And so we're asking them during a time when, he said it's a pandemic. There's a lot of things, a lot of decision-making that needs to be done. And we've added a huge, really a huge endeavor that's taking a lot of energy. I think last point I'd like to make now, and so other people could speak, we just had a discussion on how we have not been able to get the level of CDBG grant money that we think we deserve, right? We just had a huge argument that we are not funded properly, that our staff isn't able to do the job to get us the maximum amount of money that we're supposed to be getting. And yet we have this belief that this same staff will be able to competitively go out and get the grants against the Pasadena, against the Long Beach, against LA County, right? Against Orange County, against all of these other, right, health departments. Last point, again, we're talking about getting accurate information. The county has always been clear that we would not get access to any of the property tax money. City of Pasadena has not been able to ever get access to their property tax money. Long Beach has not been able to get access to their property tax money. So again, we're saying we want to do this so we can get accurate information. And again, from our own city staff, we are getting misinformation. We're not getting real information that is supported by the evidence. And so I am against this continued move.
Mayor? Council discussion?
I have no comment. I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
I'll second.
Madam Mayor, we're going to need two separate motions. Approve ordinance number 2478 would be one motion. We'll let the city clerk and read that.
I'll move the motion to approve on the first one. Okay.
And I'll second the ordinance 2478.
So I have a motion by Councilwoman Diaz and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos to approve ordinance number 2478. I'm going to read the title into the record. Ordinance number 2478, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Covina, California, amending Section 2-236, exempt positions of Division 3 personnel system of Article 5 employees of Chapter 2 administration of the West Covina Municipal Code. Councilmember Tabatabai.
No.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. So on the next motion for the ordinance.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2479.
And I'll second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve ordinance number 2479. I'll now read the title. Ordinance number 2479, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Covina, California, repealing and replacing Article 2 Health Code of Chapter 13, Health and Sanitation of the West Covina Municipal Code to adopt by reference Division 1, Public Health of Title 11, Health and Safety, including the rules and regulations appended thereto, and Division 1 Public Health Licenses of Title 8, Consumer Protection Businesses and Wage Regulations of the Los Angeles County Code. Councilmember Tabatabai.
No.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Aye.
Mayor Letty Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. On to item 16. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it item 16? So this is a council request. I wanted to request for consideration for requesting background check. I know a few years ago, West Covina Unified School Board member voted against this to be fingerprinted, reason being it would have revealed prior convictions that no one knew and later occurred again. So I'd like this as a prevention method for our appointed commissioners as well as elected officials. I mean, I am aware that sometimes things are out there for, I don't know the full details on the elected officials. That's why I'm bringing it to you guys to get the information back to us. It's good to know these important things.
So this is a council request, right? This is not a Mother May I think just go directly to the council request.
Council requests, Mother May I, or
A council request, not Mother May I. So I have no problem. Okay, I think we should do a background check, including the elected official. Okay, and in that way, so it's okay. You can still be elected, but people should know what kind of background you have. So I don't have any problem with that.
any other issues? No. So then,
No, I
this
agree
is
with
to
the code.
go ahead and
Yeah. So go, yeah.
okay. So
So staff will bring back.
staff will bring back
Pros and cons.
Yeah, the information, the detail, how to execute.
how to execute and
Yeah, I think we'll promulgate a policy and we'll return to council for your consideration.
And maybe check with the attorney, see everything we're doing is legal.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Sure.
Yeah, possible we have some issue with elected official. Okay,
I
but
mean, it is good because we are working with the public. We are with children. We are with the elderly. We are around a lot of people. So it's good information to know if we are background checking our city staff, and why not as well as appointees and elected officials.
so before you swear in, then they should have a background check, just like any employee get thing. Okay, so in that way, at least people know what's your background.
Any AB 1234 conference meeting report from council? No. Any other city council requests or city council comments?
I just want to quickly say I want to thank City to host the Easter Icon if it's a drive-by, and it's extremely enjoyable, and I think it's so many happy faces of our children, and I want to encourage more of this event of a community service event, our program for our community, including the summer concert series. Let's try to arrange possible if we are going to open in June 15, based on what they say. So we should arrange maybe even a July 4th parade. See that possible. We didn't do it last year. Maybe we can do it this year. See, we can bring the spirit back to our city. But in the meantime, we want to be careful. And don't know the number 4 way will come back to the community. So we still have to be careful on that.
Residents were very happy with the Easter event, and I know that they had 800 bags prepared. I heard no complaint. They had, 4 drive-throughs, so it went really smooth. Big difference from the Halloween so residents were happy. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there. I had my second COVID vaccination, and
it just dropped me for the whole weekend. So, but I recovered. I'm done vaccination. So, but keep up the good work. Residents were really happy with that. Anything else? Anybody would like to adjourn? Meeting adjourn. Second. All right. Meeting adjourned. Have a good night.